sing anymore, if everybody would rise and remove cover for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good morning. On behalf of Commissioner Tail, Commissioner Candelaria, myself, Commissioner Sukla, our County Administrator Shaq Powers, our County Attorney John Baxter, and Lynette from the Clerk's Office. I said it wrong?
Lynn.
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 Susie.
Is Lynn not short for Lynette?
No, it's not.
Lynn from the Clerk's Office. We welcome you here. The first thing on the agenda, since we've already screwed up the meeting, is the minutes. Commissioners, have you had the opportunity to look at the minutes and have a recommendation?
I have, and I would move that we accept the proceedings of the Board of Commissioners, Montezuma County, October 27th, 2020.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the proceedings of the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners for October 27th, which was 1 week ago, 2020. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll go on to the County Administrator's report with Shaq Powers.
All right, good morning. The first thing I have for you all this morning is the payables report for the month of September. I emailed that to all of you in your packets, and I'll get down to the bottom line here eventually. Payables for the month of September came to $4,214,741.56.
Shaq, on that U.S. Imaging Incorporated, $104,000. How is that the final payment for the imaging over there in the clerk's office?
Correct, and that's reimbursable.
Yeah, I gotcha. Okay.
Correct.
All right.
Any other
All
questions, Commissioner?
I had none.
No, that
So-
was just my only question. Yeah.
So I would move that we accept the payables for the month of September in the amount of $4,214,741.56.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the payables for Montezuma County for the period of September 1st through the September 30th of the year of 2020 in the amount of $4,214,741.56. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And do you have the documentation to sign, Shaq? Or?
I gave that to Miss Lane.
What's next on your agendas?
So next for me is the resolution to approve holidays for the year 2021.
Right there.
Oh, okay, sorry.
Commissioners, do you have any thoughts or recommendations for the holidays for the year 2021 for the fine employees of Montezuma County?
I think these are all consistent. I think it's
Mm-hmm.
with what we've done in the past. Obviously, the dates have changed, but I think this is also in our handbook that's been established for the annual holidays for the county offices. So I'm fine with the way they're
Yep.
presented.
Okay, I'll make the motion. Motion to approve a resolution designating county annual holidays for all county offices for the year 2021.
A second.
Motion is second to approve Resolution 18-2020. It's a resolution designating the county annual holidays for all county offices for the year of 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, the next thing that I have for the commissioners, several weeks ago I had talked to you about the changes being made to the Colorado Retirement Association. Some of those were changes to statute. One of those items would allow employers to match more than the employee is paying into their retirement, and we had discussed adding 6%. Right now we match 5%, but up to 6%, even though the employee would continue to pay 5 after 10 years of service and 7% after 15 years of service. And it turns out that you asked me to go back and find out what that would mean to the budget. That would come out to $35,000 per year in perpetuity. So it's a change of $35,000 a year if you want to do that.
Do you feel that's an incentive enough kind of package addition to keep employees?
I
on
think
with it,
it'll
you
help some with retention, and in years where we're not able to give a cost of living,
Yeah,
which
that's-
costs, a lot more for 240 employees.
Right.
There's still that being added to their retirement, so it's something to give them.
And that additional 6% only starts after 10 years?
At
and
10
then-
years, we give an additional percent, and at
percent.
15 years, we'd give an additional 2.
Yeah, that's not bad, right?
What,
But before I sign the contract for CRA, I need to know what the board
Yeah.
approves.
looking at our turnover, that was 20, right at
About
20%.
20%.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Which
19.6
is
or something.
super high.
Oh, yeah.
That is an
a lot.
incredible turnover for a corporation of this size. So we have to do something for retention. I mean, if we, like Shaq just said, if we can't do the COLA,
Yeah.
we're gonna,
This is something that can be in place of that. if
Well,
we're
it's-
not
it's
able to, yeah. And you have to be here a while to get it. I mean, it's not like you can get it after 3 years or 2 years. I mean, that's a 10-year, that's a commitment, and, I mean,
so,
Kim, do you have something you'd like to say about this?
Well, Lynn does, yes.
I'm not gonna get this right all day.
you're stuck,
If this
bud.
was implemented, like I've been here almost 16 years now,
Mhm.
would that apply to me since
Yes.
I've already
Yes.
been here?
Automatically,
Sure.
boom, it
Oh,
would,
okay.
it
Yeah.
would,
Okay.
We're not going to give you any back pay, but
Yeah,
we'll
but-
Right.
but
start you in
going forward,
January.
you'll-
Okay,
yeah.
you would fall wherever you're at in that criteria of
Right,
5,
the
10,
10,
15, 20.
right.
10 years from now, Lynette.
Lynette.
I'll have to talk about Lynette later.
Is there,
So-
and then is there a stopping point?
Seven will be
yeah,
the top.
we-
7 will be the top.
After the 15 years when we're doing 7%, that would be as far as it goes.
It's not a huge financial increase.
So
but-
basically,
but it's about
instead of
35.
a COLA, it's more like a longevity increase, basically is the way we're presenting it. If you have to be here for the 10 years, 15 years, like you have longevity here. So although it's very little, it is an incentive to stay. 20%, we're spending a lot of money
On
training
retail.
people and getting people in here and then losing them. We're costing ourselves more money in that regards than,
And
Is
the
the-
percentage points are on your highest earning, I mean, it's when you're starting to earn more money too, so it does mean something. You know, after 10 years, your salary's higher, and after 20 years, it's should be a considerable higher salary, so.
I don't know if
you're
you want to leave this to administration to figure out, but elected officials, now, a lot of our elected officials are not here for more than 8 years, so it would never kick in.
Kick in, right?
But let's say someone like Lynn became the county clerk
yeah, and ran-
in 5 years or
Right.
something like that. Does she get reduced down to 5%? Because in some elected officials, some offices don't have term limits in this county.
Right, right.
Are they going to all be 5% all the time?
I think that's something you really need to pay attention to, and I think that's probably a problem. Because see, there now with the new laws that kick in through the state mandated, those elected positions are gonna start going up. Well, the new commissioners coming in, they're gonna see a 12 to 14% salary.
12% over what you're making.
Yeah, so, and that's gonna go on in perpetuity, so they're gonna be getting at least cost of living according to the Boulder Denver Price Index, whatever they base that increase on every 4 years, they're gonna be getting 10, 12, 14% salary increase. So I think your elected officials need to stay
Stay at
at the,
5.
oh yeah, I think they're gonna see it's already in statute what they're gonna get as far as salary increases, so I.
And that's only a handful of people.
Yeah, no,
Right.
that's
I mean,
just your
it's
elected,
not-
that's just your
it's-
elected people.
yeah.
It's not
I
the
think-
body of the workforce with the county, no.
But I'm not saying Lynn is going to do this, and it sounds
No.
like she doesn't plan on doing it, but somebody like
that's-
in her position might be disappointed when the administrator says, nope, you're going down to 5 now. But I
Yeah.
think that's what we're doing is.
Yes, I think without a doubt, because there's already statutorily built-in salary increases for those elected positions. So if she became county clerk, she would start recognizing that statutory salary increase every 4 years, or however that kicks in.
Yeah,
And,
it's every,
so-
4 or actually 2
Yeah,
years.
every 4 when they're
Every
reelected.
4 years.
Yeah, when they're reelected, so yeah, I think they're gonna see plenty of benefit from that, so.
So this would actually be something tied to our budget. And
Mhm.
could
Yeah.
we kind of just sit on it right here, right now, and then have a discussion again when we go through the budget process, the final budget?
We
or-
could, I definitely need to get a contract back to them sometime before the end of December, because it'll go into effect January 1st.
This is a
Right.
Cora, or CRA,
Yeah,
right?
CRA,
CRA.
now,
Yeah.
yep.
When's your
Well, yeah.
deadline?
Well, I got to get it to them in December, so
In December.
probably we need to do it the second or third
Yeah.
Tuesday in
Because
December.
we've gotta have our budget approved by what, the 3rd of December?
Well, the third, we got to have it approved by the last meeting in December.
Oh, okay, I thought it was before.
Yeah.
We gotta do it
We
before
have
that.
time.
Yeah.
I think we can look at
That's
the
when we did it
number
last
and,
year.
Yeah, and see where our budget, and see kind of how this is gonna weigh in on the budget, and know this is an ongoing deal, so.
Yeah.
my fear is that, like this year, we're not gonna be able to do an actual COLA. And
Mhm. We're
we
doing
may
the
not
bo-
be
we're
able to
doing the
do an actual
bonus.
COLA.
We're doing the bonus, and that was smart
the-
too,
in the
because they did repeal the Gallagher. They have no idea what they're going to replace it with, so how
Exactly.
do you plan on that?
Exactly, and you don't know what those legislators are gonna do. I'm gonna tell you what, you put that back in those legislators' hands in Denver, and I'll tell you, it can,
I'll tell you what, you
be all
think
over.
my magic tricks are good. You should see them make money disappear.
So,
yeah, I tell you what, it's a,
we can set till the end of the month.
yeah,
Okay, well, we can,
But we
Okay.
know the number.
that's,
That always brings up about the Gallagher is something my grandfather used to say, and he's always said that nobody cares more about your money than
then you
yourself.
do, you dadgum right.
And so when you take your money and give it to the legislators, they don't care as much.
They can spend your money a lot easier than they can spend their own money.
Yep.
yeah.
Yeah.
I had a meeting with the Detox board yesterday for Access. We're on that board now.
Good.
Going over that, some information I did find out during COVID, the detox capacity was cut from 16 beds initially to 6 beds over there because of the state rules for distancing. And then they went back up to 8 beds when the restrictions started to ease off. So to let the commission know, that resulted in 13 patients being turned away because they were at capacity.
Well, they don't look at something like a detox facility as an essential service and allow them some leave, apparently,
I guess not.
the things that get them into detox.
Well,
they leave
remember
them wide
during
open.
that, there was a lot of services you can even get at the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, they closed everything down during that lockdown. So, meanwhile, the report from them is that substance abuse is up 23 to 53%.
Well, liquor and marijuana sales were through the roof, some of them 60-some%.
Yeah, they were
Yeah, so no
essential,
wonder,
but
yeah.
treatment for it isn't. So,
Oh, hell yeah.
I just wanted to let the commissioners know that that was happening, but that they are now have not been turning anybody away since. So.
But they will start turning people away.
As they start.
Well, I don't know if the state were to make them go to fewer beds again, maybe. It could happen. So,
That's not a very wise decision.
anyways, and that's not a reflection on Access Health System. That's
No, that's a state
That's a
reg.
reflection on the state of
State, yeah,
Colorado.
On our government.
So, there's more consequences to this virus than are being looked at in other
A
areas.
lot of collateral damage, man.
Okay, so that concludes, one more thing I've got to add to the report. Rob has placed some tattletale grade lath down at County Road G, and they're watching it, and none of it has moved, but it's getting closer. He's been in contact with Bernadette Cuthair at the Tribe, They are looking, maybe as soon as next week, trying to build an alternate route around that so that when they get the go-ahead to go in there, once the engineers and geologists have figured out the right way to restructure that, they'll have a road in place to go around it. And they might open it up before they start working on it, just get that road back to the south so that nobody sloughs off of there. And Rob's considering maybe being in there as early as next week,
Wow.
weather dependent.
Has Trotner or any of his engineering, they haven't gotten down to where the water and the cause is coming from
Not
yet?
I don't
yet.
think they've
They just started
done
getting
any
their permissions in
core
line
samples.
yesterday, so.
Yeah, that we were waiting for permission to get on the tribal ground.
Yeah.
So I don't think any of the drilling has been completed or even started.
But
Did we
they're
get
gonna put that
permission? Did the-
detour around.
Is the tribe
anyway.
being compliant with it? Are they working with us?
It seems like
Yeah.
from the email that I've seen, they're working with us to get us permission so that we can go to the south.
And get that road moved
Get
before
that,
it sloughs off and somebody gets
detour
hurt.
around that part of it done, yeah.
So, and
Okay.
that'll conclude my report unless the commissioners have any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Powers, for your report. We'll go on to the planning department, and we'll bring up Mr. Haley and Jane. Juanita?
Mhm.
I so. I've already got one woman mad
Well,
at
see, that's
me,
what I was
and
trying to,
don't
I was
wanna
trying to
have
get you into
one.
another one. I was trying to get you on another one there, man.
Good morning.
Good
morning,
morning,
guys.
Don. Good morning, Jane.
Good morning.
Let me share my screen with the people on Zoom. Give me just a second.
So the first item is going to be a discussion about a variance with Gerald Nolan.
Correct.
For those of you out there in YouTube land, we have 4 items on planning, and I've been informed that we're going to be, 2 of them are taken off at the moment. We'll be discussing the number 1 and number 4.
Correct. Just the two variances.
So we're waiting on,
Yeah, we're good on Zoom.
Okay.
So,
I guess we could proceed. Go ahead, Mr. Haley.
All right, so Mr. Nolan has a storage shed. His property's there in the center of the picture that was put there last fall. He cleared out the willows there, and currently the shed is about 5 feet from the property line. The neighbor there to the right, the Garlands, they are opposed to the shed being that close to the property line. So they refused to sign the non-opposition letter. But Mr. Nolan doesn't want to move the shed. His contingency is that it's only a 1/4 acre lot, so he shouldn't have to abide by the setback distances. But I explained that doesn't matter, whatever size the lot is, the setbacks are still the same for everybody. So the Garlands would have been trying for a year, emails and discussions to try and come to an agreement where he could move it, I don't know, 10, 15 feet to the left there by another shed where they store firewood or something else, and just let the willows and stuff grow back up. And even if it didn't meet the 25 foot, they would be okay with that. They just don't want it right there on the property line, because every window out of their cabin there looks right at the shed.
What kind of a shed is it? How
Go
big
ahead-
is it?
Go ahead and go to the application.
Is it on
pictures.
skids?
It's portable,
So it's
semi-portable.
Mhm.
It's like a
12 by
10 by
20
12.
or-
So that's the property. That's Mr. Nolan's application.
Do we have a
12 by
picture of the-
16.
Do we have an actual picture of the shed?
Yeah, it's must be in that other file.
I'm
Shack.
gonna see if I can.
It's an 8 by 12 shed. Scroll up. Scroll up. Down one. There you go.
Oh, yeah.
Mhm.
Tough shed.
Down one more.
Yep.
Oh, So that's the shed. Right there is the fence post that's on the property line.
So this is the property line right through here where I'm moving my
No.
cursor?
The property line would
Oh, right
go
here?
to the face of the
fence post is
picture,
the
right?
property line.
Okay.
And then is that
So the
the
distance,
Nolan's cabin that's straight in the picture as
That's
well?
the cabin, of
Is
Mr.
there-
Nolan's.
Is there a picture going the other direction towards the?
Yeah, scroll down one. So that's that on the far right is the cabin that you can barely see behind the bushes. In the middle is the other shed with, I don't know, blue barrels or blue something that has firewood or whatever. And then on the far left, in the aspen, not that far, property line far, is the shed there. Right, up, Shack.
Somewhere
Right
in
there.
those Quakies.
Down, Jack, to the right, right there. That's the shed that's right on the property line, or 5 feet off. So the Garlands had suggested moving that shed over by the other shed, which is back behind the willows and stuff, and would be accessible, because this is looking down the driveway to the cabin.
So it
But
still wouldn't comply with the 25 feet if they moved it in line with the other,
it would have to be measured just to see.
but they are okay with that?
They don't have a problem if it's 18 feet or 16 feet, just so it's not 5 feet and kind of,
Mr. Nolan, do you,
this is Mr.
oh, you're
Garland.
Mr. Garland. So are the Nolans here then to,
we've got at
Colleen,
least one Nolan on
Colleen
Zoom.
Nolan is Gerald's daughter-in-law, and she's on Zoom.
Mrs. Mrs. Nolan, would you be agreeable to move the shed next to the other shed? You'll have to unmute yourself.
Yes. Actually, we
Let
would
me
prefer
double check
not
my
to.
volume here.
We
Ms.
would-
Nolan, did
Yes.
you hear the conversation that we just had
did.
about the
Yes,
shed?
yes, I did. We would prefer not to move it,
Hold on a
back.
second, it may be on my end.
Not to interrupt the proceedings, but there's also other places in that lot that
can
would be perfectly acceptable to us. Some which might infringe on or encroach on the setback by a few feet, some which would.
Hello?
It looks like yours is more of an open pasture type of property, and then there's a street.
Um,
Planted some trees there to try to get some more privacy, but,
So if the shed was moved over next to the other shed, would there be a row of trees there?
eventually to grow back up, probably be okay. The north side of the lot, that's also, we share that lot line, I don't know the back of that. But that would be even an easier place to put it for us and better, because it's next to a driveway instead of outside a window. But that's not the variance I'm being asked to sign, so.
Well, we're still working on trying to,
Shaq, I wonder if she's trying to call in.
Hello?
I don't know, but for whatever reason, we're not getting any audible at all. Can anybody on Zoom say anything?
Hi, this is Doreen Garland.
Audio here.
I just seen the speaker go off with,
The microphone on Doreen
Yeah.
went off.
This is Doreen
Doreen,
Garland.
can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Great.
We can all hear each other on Zoom, except they can't hear us, I think.
Try and plug and unplug the speaker again.
Is there a phone number that we could give her that if we can't make this work, that we could tell her to?
Well, it'd still call into the same system, so
Unless she calls into your cell phone.
well, they could do
Shaq
that.
only gives that to pretty girls, that number.
I don't know how these girls look. Apparently, people can hear on YouTube, but we can't hear in the room.
There she is right there.
No,
She's live there. Can you hear me?
it's Doreen
If
Garland.
so, could you raise your right hand? Yep.
She can hear us, we just
Okay,
can't hear her.
so we just can't hear you. All right, thank
So-
you. We can see that you can hear us.
That's-
Right.
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 He's just trying to get volume from anybody
She
talking.
might give us a different view of the proposal.
Yeah.
She might put you in the shed. That's why she wants it moved.
Okay. All right, we have Jim's here, so. Jim,
Hey,
we're
Sha-
having
Hey,
technically
Shaq, before Jim
difficulties
gets here,
with,
can you put up that first picture that shows both properties? Kind of.
Hey, Jim, we got no audio on Zoom. Since you're here,
People out there, they can hear us, but they can't respond back to us, Jim.
and people in YouTube can hear Zoom, but we can't.
We'll have some cameras.
Open up your Zoom thing.
Well, we got all that because you never did time.
Oh, I did. You just didn't see it. It was on my evaluation.
Oh, okay. That evaluation's for him, not for me.
It was for you to review. Oh, no, where's it at? There, that.
I see how you.
See how he works?
Two, go up there.
When it's my time to talk,
Settings.
I can speak over your phone
Things I read in your
via microphone if that works, period.
Yeah, there's several things in there.
And turn on my video, period.
Shouldn't see the public light today, yeah.
On.
Yes, it should be.
It's all there.
Well, for you that can hear us, we have our IT, Jim McLean, we're trying to get the technical difficulty resolved, so
You know, really,
hang on just a second.
The mic.
Click back on the, Shaq, can you click on the first Nolan property picture? We can go ahead and discuss alternate locations. There you go. Scott, you want to come to the podium or do you need a pointer? We can go ahead and discuss alternate locations.
Try that, see if that's working.
They'll get you a pointer, we got one.
It's not working in here, it is working on YouTube.
So like I said,
There's actually
We
two
can't
lots.
hear
This is
him
a
here.
lot that comes around.
okay, then that's gonna be on the speakers.
And you own both of those
We
lots?
own both of those lots, so we share these three
It's showing.
lot lines with Nolan. And, you know, to us, this is almost the worst spot because, like Don was saying, it's right outside our windows, so you sit in the living room couch, and you see the shed, you sit in the
See if
kitchen,
it's working now.
at a dining counter, and you see the shed.
It's
This
working on
side
YouTube,
over
but
here
it's
is
not
actually
working
better.
here.
Like Don said, you know, anywhere inside this green line that's approximately the setback is of course obviously okay. Anywhere kind of on that green line where they've been approaching 2, 3, 5 feet, thus is probably just fine, and we realize they got a small lot. If it was gonna be more than that, I'd say, you know, let's try to get it over in this area over
So it's
here.
the speakers in this
Or
room that
back
aren't
in
working,
this
but how
area
come we
over here
can't
where
get
it's
it
not outside
not
our
through?
windows, but just not.
If I can get it through
there.
here,
So,
then
at
we
this
could
point,
hear and hear
I
through
kind
the
of feel
mic.
like we're working on this for a year, and I'm the only, I keep saying, come and meet me out there, let's walk and talk and figure something out. I've offered that to Don too, but since nobody wants to meet me, since nobody's willing to kind of come and meet me at the property to figure something out, maybe it's best just to deny the variance and uphold the ordinance code.
They're not willing to come and discuss with you or walk and look and.
I haven't so far. I'm up there a lot. This summer I was probably up there at least 2 weeks every month, starting April 1st. And, in fact, the last time when Mr. Nolan was in filing this variance, I'd been up there for at least a week before that and was up there for a week after that. I would love to,
Okay, can somebody
Have
on
him come
Zoom
by.
say something to me now?
so.
Yep, we can hear you. Okay.
Okay, who do we have?
This is Colleen and Albert Nolan.
Hi, Colleen. So can you address, we're discussing your variance, and we have Mr.
Garland.
Garlic here, and suggesting about relocating the shed. Do you have any thoughts about the shed that you would like to share with the commissioners?
Yeah. Well, the reason we put the shed where we did, we didn't actually have to clear out the willows there. We tried to leave the natural habitat there. We had to cut down, grass. But I feel like we're pretty limited where we can put it because there is such heavy overgrowth of the willows behind the cabin. And there's also it's a dry creek bed now. It hasn't ran in the last 10 years or so since it's been dry, but previously there had been water in the spring. Yeah, it runs through there, and it would take a considerable amount of work to clear out and fill an area back there to put it.
One of the suggestions is next to the shed that you have there as well.
Next to it,
The one that had blue barrels.
The one that has the blue barrels, like Commissioner Candelaria said?
yeah, that's completely surrounding that is the thick willow brush, as you can see from this picture that's up now. We would probably have to just remove that woodshed to put it there and then find a different place for a woodshed if we did that. The willows are quite thick there all around in front of the cabin and behind the cabin. The two sides are the only areas that aren't heavily overgrown.
Ms. Nolan, what is that cabin, what is you use that storage shed for? What purposes do you have it there for?
We keep like extra tents and lawn chairs and barbecue grill, lawnmower. Yeah, just a weed eater.
Kind of a catch-all shed?
Yeah, just so we don't have to, when we use the cabin, take everything except the kitchen sink with us.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, we've been putting everything in the cabin just for now, and we thought we needed the shed to store some of this stuff. So that's the reason for the shed.
Okay.
Are you, have you guys, it sounds like Mr. Garland has asked to meet with you in person to walk the property, and that hasn't been accommodated. Are you willing to do that? And you guys work this out prior to us having to make a decision?
Yeah, we can walk the property and talk about it. We just feel like we want to have good neighbors, but we don't want our neighbor to dictate what's best for our property use.
I understand that.
We
but-
are out of compliance with the current land use code.
Right. Yeah, we understand that.
So,
And wherever we put it, it looks like we're going to have to get their approval because like I said, the lot is, I think it's 100 feet by 106 feet. And then I understand that the setback rules are going to change in the near future to 30 feet, which is going to make it even more difficult for us to.
Should be less difficult.
Yeah, that's not right. Well, it,
no, I think the number was to stay consistent at 30 feet.
30 all around.
30 for-
From right-of-ways, from property lines,
For
from
all
everything, right?
Residences and
Numbers the same.
outbuildings.
Right.
so his first suggestion was to put it over there by that other shed. And if you guys would be willing to meet with them, as far as the willows, I mean, we have rental, we have all kinds of rental companies here, and those willows could be taken out in 15 minutes with a skid steer or a mini excavator. It wouldn't be,
No big deal.
it wouldn't be that big of a deal to move the willows, I can tell you.
Right.
So,
I do it with a brush hog on my property.
yeah.
So-
And it's a walk
or
behind brush hog. It's not even
I-
a big one behind a
I would
truck.
really recommend that, Mr. and Mrs. Nolan, that you meet with Mr. Garland and you guys come up with something that is acceptable to both of you, and then work that out, because otherwise you are out of compliance with the setbacks. And now
Right.
obviously if you come within that green triangle, you can put it anywhere you want. You have no approvals or variance that you have to go through, but I would recommend that you do that.
We asked what's the problem with having it there other than the variance? I mean, I don't think it's hurting anybody being there.
Well, it's bothering his view shed. Your neighbor doesn't agree with it being there because it affects his view out of his home or his cabin. And when you have a neighbor that disagrees with allowing you to have it 5 feet from the property line, then he has a right and we have a duty and an obligation to try and correct that.
So if it was mobile, would it make a difference? Like if it had wheels on it and you could be moved around? Would that make a difference?
No.
I think that if you
Well,
just
I was
moved
thinking
it,
about
it would
putting
make
a
a
moving
difference.
van there.
Yeah, as
Yeah,
long as you move it from where it's at, yeah, you could put it over on the other side of your cabin or anywhere.
I'm just saying, if I had a moving van that had wheels that's mobile, I can put it anywhere I want on that property, can't I?
No, not necessarily. Mobility doesn't have anything to do with how close you are to your property line.
So we couldn't park a camper there or anything?
Well, that's not, we're
That's
getting
not
into the
what we're
weeds
talking
here.
about, yeah.
We're getting into the willows here.
We're talking about a structure that is defined in the land use code, and I think you're talking about an RV. That's something that's specifically different. This is a permanent structure that is a storage shed. So I'd really like to leave it up to you all to work this out. Otherwise, we will make a
That's what
decision
I'm saying,
today.
if we move the shed out, we're gonna still need something to put storage in. And I thought maybe we'll just put a moving van somewhere on the property, be able to move it around wherever we see fit. And be able to clear the brush and mow and stuff.
Mr. Haley,
Up on
I'd ask
maintenance.
you what a reasonable time is you think for this to get resolved, and if it's still out of compliance that would need a variation, then we would need a non-opposition letter from the neighbor. And I think we should probably put a deadline on it, whatever you guys
Right.
think is reasonable. And then at that point, we can enforce it either criminally or civilly by imposing fines. I mean, if it's criminal, yes, there's potential jail time. I think that's highly unlikely in a situation like this. However, then we can choose to enforce it. But I don't think we should leave it hanging without a deadline on it for them to resolve it or for us to enforce
Yeah,
it. And I don't know what's reasonable, a month or
30 days, yeah, 30 days.
This is
I
a
would,
storage
yeah, I
shed.
would say a maximum of 30 days. It needs to be dealt with before winter is
Yep.
fully here. They were sent a certified letter on this probably 11 months ago.
Holy smokes.
And the Garlands have been working with them, emails and phone calls all summer, just because I suggested they work it out. That obviously didn't happen. I talked with the Nolans, and he got to the point where he wanted it to be at 5 feet, or for you guys to tell him something different. So that's where we
Well,
are
it
now.
sounds like
so.
we've already been down the road. It sounds like they've been
So
trying
I-
to work this out. for
I don't
a
know,
long
I would
time.
recommend that it's dealt with in the next 2 weeks,
Or today.
maximum of 30 days.
Well, so either we would need a non-opposition letter from the neighbor, or it would have to be moved to within that area,
Right.
within the next, whatever you just said.
Commissioners, Doreen Garland has her hand raised. I think she'd like to say something.
Go ahead.
All right, go ahead.
Hi, good morning, gentlemen. Thank you so much for taking this up this morning. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the time that we're putting into this today. But when we bought our property, we were so glad that Montezuma County had land use codes, because we knew that the land use codes would protect our property values and keep our properties in that beautiful river valley just as beautiful as it is right now. And, we bought our property to be our retirement home, and we were really excited about the land and where it was. We put a lot of time to fix it up. We're still working on fixing it up. My poor husband spends more time doing that than fishing, which is really sad. But, it's been a labor of love. We've gotten to know all of our neighbors, all up along the River Valley area in our little neighborhood, across 145. And we've really enjoyed it. We were making ourselves a home there. And we've always tried really hard to be good stewards of our land and tried to be really great neighbors. when the Nolans cleared that area, because it had willows and tall grasses and stuff there, I thought originally that they were doing that because they wanted a better view up the valley, and it would give them a better view. But I was really shocked when we got there and saw this big shed. And my husband then again has been working through emails and phone calls trying to get a way to work with the neighbors to get them to move. And at first it sounded like they were willing to do that, and then they were absolutely not, which is, again, it's really sad. So right now, I know that Mr. Nolan had said something about them and who is it really bothering? Well, my husband brought pictures and he can pass them around and we can show it on camera if you'd like, but it now is in the view of every single window I have going north out of my building. So all I see is this big, huge shed, and it's really unfortunate. So I have to say respectfully, Mr. Nolan, it bothers me, and it just makes me sad that you've now put that there and haven't been willing to work with us to try to get it moved. I asked Mr. Haley if we could bring neighbors with us so that they can talk to you guys also, but he said it was really just a meeting between us and Mr. Nolan. But I will tell you that we spoke to the neighbors about that, and they also want that 25-foot setback support from you. Those are put in place for a reason, and it's for values of our properties and privacy and our beautiful River Valley. Mr. Nolan or the Nolan family put that shed far from his cabin and out of view from their windows, so they wouldn't have to look at it or see it. I don't know if that's exactly the reason why, but now I have to be stuck looking at it. So I would just say I would appreciate that you as our county commissioners would uphold our land use code, and I'd like to see the 25-foot setback if there's no willingness to meet with us that like I said, we've been trying to do for the last over a year, which is really unfortunate. But I just wanted to be able to give you save my piece a little bit. I appreciate the time. Thank you so very much. And I will give it back to you, commissioners. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Nolan, are you guys here now, or are you at another location apparently?
We're in Norwood, Colorado.
Oh, okay, you're in Norwood. I can tell you what, I am leaning, if you can't work with your neighbors, to deny the variance. And the reason is I can tell you, being on this commission for 8 years, I have watched neighbors, an issue like this cause great grief for both parties. And they are willing, if you would move that shed, to still be out of compliance of the land use code. And I think that that's a very reasonable request. Commissioners, do you have any thoughts?
I would agree, and that's why I'd really like to see them work it out between themselves. But if they can't, and Mr. Nolan, if you're not willing to meet with Mr. Garland, then we can definitely make a decision today, and I'm ready to do that also.
But even if we move that shed over to that other little shed, that wood shack thing, it's still going to be visible from every window they have. It's only another, not even 10 foot.
There again, that would be up to you two to work out. As long as you guys work it out and you're both acceptable to it, that's between you two. But otherwise, we have to make a decision based on the land use code, and we can definitely do that today. Yeah.
Do you have a response,
we
Mr.
would be
Nolan?
glad to meet with them.
What was that again?
Yeah, we'd be glad to meet with them. But we'd be glad to meet with him in the next 2 weeks if he tells us when. And
Okay, then if you're going to do that, I'm going to put a deadline on it. By the 24th of November, this will be resolved.
Or the variance will be denied.
Or the variance, correct.
So my only request would be, I'd like Don Haley or someone else to join us there, because like we said, kind of offered this for almost a year now, and it hasn't happened, and you just heard the response, which is, well, if I have to move it, I'll just put it on wheels and move it back and forth. And so I'm not terribly confident that we'll be able to figure something out. I'd like to have somebody from the county or the commissioners, anybody's welcome, I guess, but I'd like to have somebody else there.
Yeah.
Mr. Haley, are you okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
I still don't feel like we've resolved the issue, so I'm going to ask you a question, Mr. Nolan. Mr. Nolan, can you move that shed in the next 2 weeks? And I can tell you how to do it. You go to Rent All Rentals, and you rent a skid steer for 3 hours. It's going to cost you a couple $100, and you can take those wheels out with that skid steer, and you can hook onto that shed with a chain, and you can drag it over there.
I think the minimum penalty that we'd be seeking, if we did have to enforce it, the minimum penalty we'd be seeking is $100 a day that it's out of compliance after we begin enforcing it. So I do think it's important to, obviously he has to look at how much is it going to cost me to move this, how much is it going to cost me to pay $100 a day fine. And I think that's the minimum we would seek. So I do think a deadline to have it moved is important.
Mr. Nolan, did you hear that? That was the county attorney that was talking about the fine. We do not want to fine anybody.
I don't want you to fine them. I just want the shed moved.
Well, there's got to be incentives. Obviously, you've been working on this for a year, and there's not been enough incentive presented for him to do it, so
I
now we're
understand.
trying to
We
work our
we
way
haven't had the
towards.
time. We've been so busy ourselves. It's not like we can just go up there anytime we feel like it. It's just been really tight this year for us. And then with COVID going around, we don't like to be around anybody. So that's kind of just been a bad year.
Okay,
Yeah,
well,
this
so
is
I
what we
could,
can do
we
without
also
getting-
have some contractors, the answers and stuff, that could actually go move that for you if you feel uncomfortable with going and renting the skid steer or to do that. There's multiple contractors in Montezuma County that would be happy to move that shed for you.
Yeah, I realize that, but like I said before, or like my wife said, is that brush is so thick next to that little shed, we're gonna have to clear that out before we could even move it.
Yeah, that's what you got to do.
And
It's
we
gonna take a
understand
little
that.
bit.
We do
It's gonna
understand
take
that.
a little time to get it moved over.
Well, we've given you 2 weeks.
All right, if we could just set up a meeting with them, and we will meet with them and see where they propose we move it.
As long as you're within the setbacks, you can move it anywhere you would like, ma'am.
They are also giving you the option of being partially out of the setback
As long as it's-
if it's at the
If
location.
it's close and the location's okay, yeah.
And if they're in agreement, we wouldn't even pursue another variance.
Correct. It's
We
a
wouldn't measure it,
non-opposition letter
we'd just
and-
let her
No,
let her
we have
be.
both neighbors agreeing to where it's going to be.
Correct.
So, Mr. Nolan, the planning director, Mr. Haley, I don't know if you'd heard what he said, but he said if both of you are in agreement of where to put the shed, this would be an issue that would go away with Montezuma County.
Okay, well, we'd like to meet with them and see if we can come to an agreement then.
All right, we really appreciate you working with us, the
Yeah.
Nolans.
Just to
And
put a little finer point on like the scheduling of when we're gonna meet.
I
if they
just,
could
I put
coordinate
a
through-
final point of the 24th
Yeah,
of November has
exactly.
to be completed.
Yeah, I'm just saying for them to reach out, if they don't mind, maybe they could do it through Don. Because I just don't want to be in the middle of, well, we tried, we
No,
offered
we
this time.
we can
or-
schedule it through our office.
Yeah, I'm up here, so.
Okay, so
And the
You-
planning department will, we haven't deposited their check, just for the sake if it gets worked out. I've tried myself, trying to get them just to get it taken care of. We'll just return their check to them for the
Variance.
application fee of their variance.
So would you, this is to the Nolans, would you be able to talk with Mr. Haley here in about an hour or so and come up with the time that, and place that is, you're agreed upon with Mr.
Garland.
Garland? Would you folks be willing to do that?
Sure, yeah, actually, we're available this Thursday. If he's available, we can meet him Thursday.
Yep.
He said yes, he could do that. So,
Okay,
all right, well, we'll, maybe right after this next planning thing, we'll have, Mr. Haley will get in contact with you, okay?
yeah, he could just send me an email with a time on Thursday, and we will be there.
Very good.
This is Mrs. Garland. I have one more question. Just for clarification, so the 24th is when the shed has to be moved
That's a,
Regardless of whether or not it's going to be 25-foot setback or to where, working with them that it's okay to move, but by the 24th, it has to be moved. Is that correct?
That
That's
would be
correct.
correct.
that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we'll also have an agreement that both of you will sign on the shed location.
If they agree to it.
That
If
way
they agree
it's,
to it, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you.
Nolans.
Thank you.
So, I think what we'll do here is you'll contact him.
yep, I'll get
Yeah,
in
he
touch
knows
with
how to
both of them here after we're done.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next agenda item then on planning. Hopefully it's not as contentious.
No, this one's a little simpler. The next variance application is from Charlie Sherman and Deborah Nichol. They're the ones that subdivided their property just off 145 by Ertel's hayfields. They bought the property in 2018. There is a mobile home on the property that was subsequently moved to the north. It's on the west lot, number 1 there. And with the survey of the subdivision plat, that mobile is 24 feet off of the property line, so they're looking for an after-the-fact variance for that setback distance of 24 feet versus 50 feet.
Do we have a non-opposition letter from any of those neighbors?
Yes, we do. Or no, we don't.
Don't have it yet.
We don't have it yet, but they have discussed it.
Yeah.
Is this,
It's their old, what was the guy's name before?
It's just south of where the Rods live.
Yeah.
Oh.
Driveway, we had that
It's kind of hidden.
issue show
It's
up.
kind of hidden. You can't really see it from
Yeah,
the
it sticks
Okay.
out.
highway.
Yeah, the driveway, well, as you can see there, circles around the other property.
all right. So we're looking for the variance.
A variance.
What is your recommendation? What is the planning department's recommendation?
We,
Variances don't go to P and Z.
I understand that. What is the planning department's recommendation? Not the planning.
we have no issue with it. Like I say, it was moved there for the main house to be built back in 2017. We don't have an issue with it. We didn't realize it was that close at the time they were going through the subdivision process. But at the time we got the plat and got an actual measurement is when we discovered that it needs a variance to the
And
setback.
it's been there a long time, right?
Correct.
For,
Yeah.
3 years now after it got relocated, but that mobile's been on there for several years.
Yeah, long time.
Commissioners, any recommendations? Is there any opposition to the variance?
None that
we
we've
have
heard.
somebody else on Zoom. I don't know if they're, but-
Shaq, do you know who this is that's on Zoom? Is it to deal with this issue?
No, on Zoom is Benefit Health Advisor Jake Zender to talk about our
Okay.
insurance.
Oh,
when
okay.
we get to that part of
All
the
right.
agenda.
All right, Commissioners,
If
any
you all are
recommend?
considering entertaining this, can you, should they make it contingent upon you all getting the non-opposition confirmation?
We could do that.
It sounds like we think it's there. We just haven't actually received any.
You have to ask over here.
Oh,
That's the
you're-
guy
I
right
have
there.
not completed the non-opposition letter, but I have had discussions with the owners of that property, and I don't think it's going to be an issue. I
Okay,
don't think
so just
there's
put
any
that in
issue.
writing for
Yeah.
them.
So-
I'll have, if we have a notary in somewhere today, we can probably have this letter done today.
You don't need to notarize it. Even an email will be sufficient.
Is that right? Okay,
Yes.
all right.
so then.
We've seen your
I have no more
signature.
discussion.
Yeah.
I would move that we accept the variance submitted by Charles Sherman and Deborah Nichol on the property located at 11751 Highway 145, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 7.16 acres more or less.
Second.
Motion is second to approve the variance submitted by Charles Sermon and Deborah Nichols on property located at 11751 Highway 145, Cortez, Colorado, consisting of 7.16 acres, more or less. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye, variance has been approved.
Just anything in writing for the file, just
Yeah,
so
got it.
30 years from now.
He's got it.
Thank you.
Okay, since this is
And
the-
then, just a couple items. First, the planning department would like to congratulate Joel Stevenson on being the newly elected county commissioner.
Yeah.
He's here. In doing so, we are now advertising
Having a blank on the
for
planning
a
commission.
planning and zoning commission alternate. I guess that's being a little presumptive, that Zach Ferry, and the current alternate, he would like to be appointed as a main commissioner.
Sure.
So, unless you see any issues there, we're all advertising for the alternate position.
There you go.
There's a deadline of December 1st for the applications and letters of interest. That's posted on the website, on the county main page, and on the planning department's webpage for that notice, as well as the application.
Good.
And the other item is the land use code has been redlined and posted on our public portal. And IT is supposed to be putting that on the county webpage as well for everybody to review. I will email you guys a copy. I intended to do that. There's a summary sheet, but then I'll give you the page numbers to look at. But the document itself is highlighted what's being changed and redlined for the new verbiage.
Nice. Good.
all right.
Okay.
So the public can go look at that. We have that scheduled for the resolution on the 17th, next Tuesday.
All right.
Good.
Thank you, Don and Jane. We have a Mylar.
Well,
signed.
one Mylar to sign
Okay.
for the
Commissioners, we'll
Antos.
get the Mylar signed and
And then we're
move
done.
on with the rest of the items on the agenda.
$20 a meeting or something stupid. That's almost
It took longer than you can't do after the fact, right? 15 minutes after it's already taken place. But what do you say?
That last deal was ridiculous.
My God, you can hook onto one of those damn sheds with a pickup. They have these runners underneath and drag it at me.
You were getting threats of
That what? Just work with your neighbors and work with your wife.
That's definitely the best way to go.
That's the whole problem with right now in our nation, in our counties, and everywhere, is that's not wanting it.
Long term, keep us out of it. Combat agreement with your neighbors.
Absolutely.
Is it okay for Linnea to sign it?
Lene, oh, that's a good one, Shaq.
Don't get us involved.
I think her real name's Lullabelle.
I think somebody's gonna get hurt before the day's over.
Being lenient with you today.
This is good. Everything?
Oh, yeah.
All right, well, thank you
Don.
guys.
Thank you, Jane.
We'll go to public comment. If anybody would like to make a comment to the commissioners, please come up and state your name and address. Okay, seeing no public comment, we are going to the next agenda item, and that's going to be, we're going to be talking with Jake Zinder about renewal information on, he's a health advisor, so. Maybe Shaq, you probably have more insight on this. Why don't you describe what we're doing here?
So we're talking to Benefit Health Advisor. They are our They're our representative for shopping health insurance, and they give us our renewal and shop around for the best rates for us. Jake's been with us for several years now, so I'll let Jake take it away. Go ahead, Jake.
Okay, the floor is yours, Jake.
Good morning. How are you? Sorry to not be there in person. Came down Saturday with kind of a head cold, so didn't want to be like the monkey from Outbreak down there and give everybody potential COVID. So
We are glad you made the choice you made.
Yeah. Well, just wanted to keep everybody safe. So I haven't gotten tested yet, so probably do that today. As a matter of fact, it's more head coldy, but gosh, these days you just never know. So I won't take up too much of your guys' time, but we met with the insurance committee yesterday, and just kind of give you a snapshot of what the market looked like. What we typically do for you guys every year is we go to market, and then once we go to market, we get the initial bids. And then from there, we take those bids and we kind of pit them against each other. We say, hey, XYZ company came in at X, you need to be at X to get it. And we keep doing that and keep doing that. That's why last year, as you may recall, I sat in front of you and said, hey guys, it's a 2.5% decrease, which was the first time that I've been doing it, that we were able to issue a decrease. So, but there was a little bit of complaint in regards to United Healthcare that I listened to, and the, feedback from the insurance committee and other members basically told me that we needed to do something with United Healthcare. So, long story short, basically, Anthem Blue Cross, who has not been competitive in the past, came in at a 2.75% increase. So as a county, the insurance committee voted to go with Anthem Blue Cross. And again, so what it is it's a 6.75% increase, but they're giving us a 4% transitional credit. It's roughly $100,000 that they're giving to us. So that's why our rates come out to 2.75%.
Well, Jake, I want to interrupt you here before you get too far gone. But, when we went from Cigna to United Health, everybody, they said, oh, yeah, it's straight across. All the benefits, same package, same. Well, that was baloney. They weren't the same. And United Health was not as good as Cigna, and they didn't provide as much as Cigna did provide, even though they said they would. So I want to be real careful here. If you're jumping to Anthem and we're just looking at dollar cost reduction, I want to make dadgum sure that these policies are either better than United Health or somehow that they don't buffalo us and say, oh yeah, it's item for item, we're straight across, everything's the same when it's not really the same.
So Commissioner, for this first, 6 or 7 years I was with the county, we had Anthem.
Yep.
And from my opinion, using it, it was a much better service.
Yes, I agree with that too, Shaq. I agree with that. But
Yeah, so to speak on that, so the benefits themselves were mirrored. What I was hearing from the complaints I was hearing from members is that United Healthcare just wasn't paying stuff.
they were.
And what I would say to that is if we had any member that was experiencing that, what I was asking the administration to do is have them contact our office, because we will fight that tooth and nail if you contact our office.
Yeah.
That's whether you're with Cigna, that's whether you're with Anthem, whoever it is, that's part of why you guys, have us. And I'm sure Billy could speak to it as well. If there's ever a problem with a member claims not being paid correctly, if there's doctors not in network, if we're made aware of it, we're on it.
Billy just happens to be in the room. Billy, have you experienced non-payment for any of our county employees on health benefits that they felt like they should have been paid?
I have gotten a lot of just recently. I think people were a little concerned in the front after the beginning. Things were going okay, but recently I've had several come to me saying that they had, issues with, things that have been done in the past, like their health issues been taken care of. But the UHC has refused to, take care of things.
Could you hear her? I don't know if that mic is on or not. Okay, so could you,
Okay.
Billy, I hate to, could you?
Sorry.
That's okay. Could you is that red light on? Can you guys tell?
Yeah, it is now. I just
Okay,
turned it on.
could you repeat that so he can hear what you just said?
Just recently, we've had people come to me that say that they've had medical issues that are ongoing, that have been paid in the past by other insurance companies, but not by UHC. And there, in fact, I just got one the other day, and I sent it on to Jake and his team, and they're already working on it to try to find out why and why they didn't cover things.
How many
So you
people?
must have experienced.
Yeah, I had kind of a strange experience. I went to a rehab hospital to rehab after a knee surgery, and the hospital in Compass in Phoenix, Arizona, is in network with United Healthcare. But the doctors working in that hospital weren't recognized by United Healthcare as being in their network. So I'm getting bills from the doctors that work in a in-network hospital as if they're outside of network. And I don't understand how that can work that way, that you've got doctors working in a hospital that is in network, and yet United Healthcare saying, no, they're not part of that. So kind of
Could
confusing.
you send that stuff to my office
Okay.
through Billy?
Yeah,
And let us
once I
get that-
hear it, I send it straight to you guys, but a lot of people don't realize, I think, that they can come to me
And have a
and go to
mediation,
you. They
gotcha.
try to take care of it through the insurance company, and that's like almost impossible.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah, and that's why we're here, because, people don't have time to mess with the insurance companies. And, the other piece is, regardless of what company it is, there's always going to be some claim issue.
Sure,
Always.
sure. No doubt that.
They're humans, they're people, that they mess up. So that's why my team and I are here to basically hold their feet to the fire and make sure that they're paying things correctly.
Who is on our review board? How many people from the county that does?
Usually, we've had some people leave, but it's usually 6 or 7. Yeah.
Has the
We try to
review,
get one from each department, so that they can go back and talk to their people. And
has the review board,
we met
Are they
yesterday,
recommending this?
yes, with Jake, and went over all this stuff, yeah. So, and everybody was on board with the change.
With Anthem, I
Yeah,
think that's what
everybody
Shaq
said that there was no, UHC has just not been cooperative. Nobody could get any vision done. Dental was very hard to do, and their medical was basically,
So this is the recommendation of our own county
yeah.
personnel that
Shaq was there
that
too,
sit
so-
on this board
That's correct.
to us. So they're picking the insurance that they want. We just have to know that it's a 2.75% increase.
Right, and approve that, yeah,
But we did receive a 2% decrease last year, so
yeah.
it's almost at a wash for 2
Yeah.
years.
I was looking at
and
the
part of the-
prices.
Part of the 2 points, or the two, I believe it was 2.5% decrease. Part of that was because we decided to bundle the vision and dental with United Healthcare. What we've recently come to find out is that the Montezuma providers as a whole are just do not want to take United. When a few years back, when Cigna didn't have a few dentists in the network, we were able to work with those dentists and get them on board. So we were able to kind of broaden the network for Cigna while we were down there. The providers just did not want to work, like I'm talking the dentists and the vision providers, they just did not want to work with United Healthcare. So we're going to need to change that piece out as well.
well, with all of that discussion, commissioners, do you have a recommendation that we go ahead and go with the recommendations from our review board on the health provider change?
I would think so. I would think so. So, Shaq, do we have? Well, I don't know if you have a number of what that increase is going to cost us, but surely we've already projected it into our
We
budget
have.
that we've talked about.
I asked the
because-
department heads to figure 3%, and we're getting 2.75%.
So we've already looked at it within our budget, so the numbers we already know. So I would then make, and I don't know if we need to formally do this, but move that we accept the recommendation of the review board, of the county's review board, to sign on with Anthem Blue Cross.
Second.
Motion and a second to change the health insurance to Anthem Blue Cross for the year of 21, 22, or, well, for the year of 21. There's been a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries, and we will change coverage. And thank you, sir, for giving us the update. And you might be getting some calls on some insurance claims that we might need help with.
Absolutely. That's why we're here. So if, and that's a year-round thing. So my office is there, I wouldn't say 24/7, but we're there 8 to 5 to work through these issues and take that off your plates.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
All right, I'll call you, Jake.
All right. Sounds good, Billy. Thanks.
We'll go to county operations, IT with Jim McLean. So I did that skin deal. Really paid nothing. And then I did the dentist. I haven't got the bill yet. Man,
Nothing.
I got a cramp.
Yeah, $800 or $1,000.
Morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Jim.
This is nothing we're not going to discuss, it's just informational more than anything, because we kind of started this broadband thing, discussion rolling again. So I just want to, we're going to try to go after some grant money maybe, possibly, to do this section of it. This is to take broadband down to G Road, basically, go M&M down there, boring it all the way down and getting fiber. So there's, just looking at that, you can look at the top of it here, but there's two different ones. It says 288 count, 144 count. That's the only difference. And then there's a couple of sections here on going across the highway or not going across the highway. But for the most part, yeah, that's pretty close to what it would take. But we need to consider looking after that USDA money before it's gone.
Yeah.
I mean,
So the USDA money, that $6.3 million that was just allocated, I thought specifically that was only going to capture, looking at that map, the Lewis area, is that correct, or?
that section of it, yes, but there is more available through the Connect. I'll have to go look it up, and I'll send you some information regarding this, but there is some more grant money. In fact, I just got an email like 5 minutes ago from the Ignite program, the US Ignite program, and I knew about that because I did that once before, several years ago. And they have $300,000 that they want to push out. But what they want is, they're trying to do what back when the broadband stuff we were working on, where DOLA pushed the issue of wanting everybody to work together because they got tired of everybody going off and doing their own thing, same principle thing. So I'm going to get hold of Laura at Region 9 and find out if we can somehow work together to go after some of this.
So then we still are working with that portion of the USDA for that Lewis area of what the original map that they presented to us. And then this is just something different because this is south of town.
Correct. But it gives you some information. It gives us a starting place.
Sure, and it gives you some prices and stuff to know what we need to go after.
Yeah. You know, all they can say is no.
Yep, that's right.
Which brings up another point on this, and that was, there was some discussion about a grant writer. Do we know where we're at on this?
We really don't. Shaq and I have discussed it a little bit. You know, we had discussed being able to share, I believe, make us put their grant writer on for 50% of the time. I don't know if we've had that conversation. If
You guys
if they
have
could-
talked to it a little bit, and I think the decision of the board at the time was that they don't want the grant writer to have to say, oh, this would be better for Mencas than for the county and go after one. So I think to avoid the conflict, the commission agreed at the time that we might be better getting our own.
And then that's where it stands now. We haven't put out
Correct.
any.
We haven't looked for one.
But, you know, when we had a meeting a couple months ago when we were talking to Justin, you know, part of the grants, he's not a grant writer, and I looked at the guy and I'm like, I get it. He's like, I I don't know anything about grant writing. It said, so we have to give you the tools to be successful. So I think what you're asking us, where do we stand with our grant writer?
That is exactly what I'm
And
asking.
that's the real question.
So the solution then would be to put out a
An
job
RFP.
yeah, for a grant writer.
Do any of these grant writers get paid by commission?
So that's a good question, and I actually can answer that because I worked with both sides of this, especially when I was at the Pinion Project and we did some stuff and at Partners. There's two ways that grant writers work. One is they just work on a flat base salary kind of situation, and the other is they work their salary into the grant. So it becomes almost an administrative fee in the grant. So it's up to them to get, I mean, it has to be agreed upon by us, right, that this is how much you're going to get in your salary, but they work it out in a grant. It becomes an administrative fee worked out. So if you go after a $300,000 grant, they say, you know, $15,000 or $12,000 of that or whatever is administrative fee for the grant writer. And that way you're not, it's just coming out of the grant.
And that incentivizes them to get in, get the grant work, to get it done, get it sent in. The quicker they get it
Yep, it's
put together, and
incentive.
it's an incentive for them.
Because if you pay a grant writer by the hour, there's not, I mean, you can look at that like there's really no incentive for them to get it done.
Right, get it in and get the,
Are you all contemplating an employee or like a contract?
Contract, I think a contract, John, at least that's my
I think that's
perception
what
of
we
it.
had originally
Yes.
talked about, was
Makes
more of a
sense.
contract.
Yeah.
So
Why
if
don't
we
we move
hire
forward and-
somebody, it would be
Yeah.
on a
Yeah, it
contract
would have to be
basis.
contract. And you can find grant writers that work for several organizations as long as you can do it
Sure.
without a conflict.
And they could be in Alaska, I mean, right?
Sure,
I mean, or do
sure.
we-
They could,
No.
yeah,
Yeah,
they
like-
could be anywhere.
Yeah.
Because this USDA grant is throughout the United States.
Correct.
So it could be anybody. So I think to answer your question, to look at what's available for that Lewis area and here, because everything else is off of the map, that we should go ahead and probably do an RFP and see what it'll cost us to go after that. You know, with the schools going out of session and that Lewis area not being covered, there are a lot of kids out there that are not going to have access.
And the same
to
can
what
be
they
said
need to
about the
have.
South.
Sure, South too.
It's even worse when you go south.
So,
I would think, I'm in agreement, we need to do an RFP for a grant writer and get on it.
Would you like me to write it up and send it to you guys so you can approve it before I put it on the website?
yep,
Sure.
Sure.
the sooner
You
the
can send it
better.
You can send it to Mr. Powers and he can forward it on.
I will.
And then while we're at it, looking at this description, talking to Mr. Powers, it would be nice if the city of Cortez might be on board to help with part of this, if we could get Wi-Fi to the airport. They are working on, the last meeting or a couple meetings ago they had was about improvements to the airport.
Sure.
This right here would fall right in line with those improvements.
It would, and I need to reach back out to Visionary Broadband because part of when they put the stuff up here, and then we built a tower at the landfill.
Right.
Part of this was so they could send Wi-Fi to the airport. I just don't know where they're at. Now, the last I heard, they were firing it up, but I don't know where they're at. So this may be a situation that we already solved. I just have to
Yeah,
check.
yeah. Check into that, Jim.
will.
Yeah,
Do wireless.
I haven't talked to them for a couple months anyway, so. I'll
Because their
check in.
stuff's working well, isn't it?
Oh, yeah,
Yeah.
for us.
Yeah.
I couldn't be happier.
Couldn't be happier. Great.
Yeah.
Good.
I just like the thought of if we're gonna run some hard line. that
Yeah,
we-
some fiber optic.
Fiber.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't disagree. I mean,
yeah.
that's part of the reason why I'm going, this is really something we should try to jump after, because if we can get down to G Road, it just opens up a whole new world down there.
And we have all that
Industrial land and stuff
industrial
down
land
there.
there by the airport.
Yeah,
Exactly.
yeah.
All right. What else?
Okay.
I don't really have anything else. I mean, we've been busy because we're getting ready. Oh, the school thing. So you mentioned it. Now, we had a meeting a few days ago about school being out. And now they're closing, apparently on Thursday is going to be the last day, so sooner than we thought. And the discussion was for the employees to give them the ability to have someplace to take their children to do the online schooling while they're working, so they don't have to miss work and yada, yada, right? So the discussion was, we talked about different areas of the county to put some kids, allow some of this to happen, and this is the best room other than Tuesdays. Opinion Project they would bring in their staff to oversee the kids, kind of babysit the kids through their learning process, because they have the liability insurance to handle it. They're trained to do this. It's not an issue. I've already beefed up and fixed the Wi-Fi so they can bring their Chromebooks in with them and connect without that being an issue. I blocked all adult content and that kind of stuff on it. And I talked to Mark at the school yesterday, and they are all receiving Chromebooks when they leave on Thursdays, so we don't have to supply them. But it's just our way of helping the employees out.
How many were we talking about?
I think it was 6 kids, wasn't it?
It's 6 to 13, depending on the day.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's.
So we can
I
set
would've
up
thought
some
it was a lot
tables in
bigger.
here and keep them distant and.
Is this completely through the Pinion Project, or are these only county employees that are going to be bringing there?
So he's only supplying county employees. The Pinion Project may reach out to other entities as well, but that's on them.
But they're allowed to bring children in here that aren't county employee children. Is that what we're saying?
Sure.
Yeah. I just wanted to be clear. I have no problem with it.
Yeah, that's how I understood it.
And do you have like an age?
School aged.
That's
They're shutting down the entire
K through
school
12?
K through 12.
K through
Yeah,
12?
there's
Gotcha.
probably not going to be a lot of high schoolers. So
I would
that's-
think they're gonna be younger, elementary
Younger,
schools. So
yeah, elementary. So 6 through
I would say,
10?
third, second through sixth, maybe somewhere in that vicinity would be my guess.
6 to 12-year-olds.
But our definition will be school age.
But I just wanted to get you informed that we worked really hard at getting this set up so that it would be an easy thing for them to come in and do.
Well, I
And we'll
think-
do what we can to help them, but.
Yeah, I think that's very benevolent on our part to make that, and it takes a load off our employees, that they've got a safe place for their kids to come and go to school. I mean, that's a true benefit to them, true
Yeah.
benefit.
Yeah, it really
What's
is.
ironic about this whole situation is I have a high school age child, and there's mothers that are getting together, about 5 to 7 kids, and then being taught from parents to help them with their online stuff. If you look at the overall picture, we are shutting down the school to create schools at homes, putting the
And you're still congregating numbers of
Yes.
kids together.
You know,
Yeah, I know.
I know we're going to have a health board meeting today, and one of the main things, and there was touched on this, was all we are concentrating on is health. We're not concentrating on mental health.
Academics.
Academic,
Academia.
and I read where it said that there was some study done that these kids that are doing all of their schoolwork online are 153 days behind where they would be if they were in-person school. And I think as the Board of Health that we really need to look, besides, and I know we've got 30-some cases, we need to look at the overall picture. We need to look at the, I tell you what, some of the stories that these kids have and how they're disappointed they are, that they are having to go back to remote learning is, I ain't so sure we're doing the right thing. Yeah, I guess what I'm saying.
I know my grandkids aren't happy about it.
I don't think there is any kids that are. And if there's some
Great
parents.
grandkids.
Huh?
Great grandkids.
I mean, one's 11 years old. He wants to be at school.
I haven't heard a kid that doesn't want to be at school. But anyway,
So anyway, I just want to let you know that's kind of what we were doing. At least we do something on our end to help out what we can.
And how are we doing on the rail system, our backup secondary?
Oh, it's
Our rail
not here
system?
yet. I mean, parts of it are here. I'm still working out.
But
Once
we
it-
should be up and running by the end of the year?
Yeah,
Okay, good.
yeah.
any additional questions for Mr. McLean?
Not me.
Thank you, Jim.
Fairgrounds. We're going to be putting a reader in at that door. We
Oh,
did-
yeah.
Oh,
took
good.
Commissioner Candelaria upstairs, showed him that up on the DA. That's done. We got a reader on it. So that's all secure. And now I'm done.
And so then that's going to help us with our card holders.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, and what I'm doing at the fairgrounds, I was telling
Will be
him, little
code
different.
so we don't actually have to issue cards.
There you go.
But your card will still work. It's a combination.
Right.
It looks like a keypad, but if you run your card over it, it'll still work. So for employees, they can still get in, but we don't have to print $5 cards to give out. We can give them a temporary code. Like if they rent the facility or whatever, punch in the code, get in and out.
So would that code be the same for everybody?
Well, no, it can be, we can make 500,000 codes. It's what
I think
might-
because one of the reasons with the code was to make sure that there wasn't any damage was to know whoever
was in
used
there.
the
You will.
card reader so
Yeah,
that they
my-
would know who it was that was there.
My thought line behind that is to create a code for somebody, we hand it out to them, and then when they're done, we just delete the code
So you know, it won't work anymore for
for anything.
X, Y, and Z. It's only, so if you rented the facility for 2 days, you only have that code for 2 days and then it's deleted.
That's kind of how I
You
thought about it,
Or
so.
any of the,
Sounds like
Any of our employees
sounds
could
like
get
the
in.
code for Commissioner Tell and I for 2 more months.
Oh, yeah, I've set yours to do some really funny stuff in December, so. Open one door, not another.
Are you cutting them off December 31st or January 20th?
Well, it depends on how nice they are.
Yeah,
to
it
me.
depends on what they say to me. Yeah, a lot of things hang in the balance, doesn't it? Yeah.
Well, thank you, Jim, for a very well done
You're welcome. Thank you.
presentation. We're going to go next on the agenda with the vehicle maintenance, Shane Higman.
he's not.
Not gonna make.
He's not going to be here. So then we've got Mike Chenard here next for the buildings and grounds and maintenance.
Morning, Mike.
Good morning. How you doing, Mike?
I'm doing okay.
How's that fairgrounds ticket going?
It's going good.
Good, good. Glad to hear that.
We got, right now, we're waiting the windows to be put in, the doors. We got the stainless over there. We'll be putting that up pretty quick. House of Carpets is gonna do the laminate in the bathrooms. They're gonna do that. The plumber should be there today. The only major holdup we're gonna have is the floor, because they saw cut so much, and I had Shaq come over there and look at the floor, and we were gonna grind it and just leave it like that. I don't know if you've seen the floor.
I haven't, but I know what you're gonna say is, now there's
Oh,
a
and color it
trench.
over
There's a
and leave the
patch.
groove there?
Well,
Oh,
it's
the
not so much,
trench.
it's not so much the pad, it's the ghost lines
Yeah.
from the tile, and that will not come out. He
Oh,
should-
so it's gonna photograph through.
Right, so we decided to do what we did at the senior center. Epoxy with the,
There you go.
With the
Which is
flake.
fine, that'll still hold up. That's,
We decided not to do white.
That was a good choice,
I
Shaq.
would say that was not out
so
there.
he won't be able to do that until like the first week in December. So what we're gonna do is we'll put the kitchen together, and then when he comes in, we'll take, everything will just move out. We can just roll everything out so we can finish the floor up and stuff. It's all been painted.
What would give you an estimated time then when the project would be completed?
With the floor and everything,
Yeah.
I'm gonna say the second week in December.
Yeah, mid-December. We're still good, you're still gonna make it by the end of the year.
Yeah.
Commissioner Tell and I aren't leaving until that project's done.
We're gonna go
It'll be
inspect it. Yeah, yeah.
It was
Yeah.
looking
Now
real
Ken
good the
Larry's
last
gonna
time.
speed up the process. He's gonna
That-
go beyond.
Says, get them guys out of here.
Yeah.
The last time Shaq and I went out there, I think you were just finishing up
The demo,
the demo.
right.
The concrete was getting ready to be saw cut, and it was looking, I think I forwarded you guys
saw the
the
picture. Yeah,
the
we saw the
photos,
pictures, yeah.
so, I mean, it's moving along, they have nobody in their way right
Well,
now.
that sewer was major stuff.
Oh.
I mean, that was major,
Yeah, it
major
was.
stuff, getting that sewer line and all that read
Yeah.
down and out to the septic
So
and
they
all
shouldn't
that.
have any problem with the sewer like they did before.
No, that should, hopefully that put an end to that.
Well, they still got the problem from up to where to the septic tank is. There's a bad spot right there, but with all the
But
new
that's-
pipe in, we shouldn't have
But
a
that's
problem.
outside, and that's.
Yeah, that's
Right.
outside,
quick
right,
and easy.
right.
That's further down the
digging it up
line
and
and stuff,
covering it,
so.
So it's
Right.
not.
Right, right.
Yeah, but the
We'll
fair,
be-
it's going pretty good. It's,
We'll be in way better shape than
What we
we
were.
probably were, except for when it was new.
Mhm. Good.
Because it'll all be new pipe, everything's upgraded, and it's been there for what, 45 years?
oh, I have no idea.
So,
Long time.
What else is going on?
Okay, now, I got the bid for the water line for the fire suppression system. He called me this morning, or he sent me an email this morning. He's got 2 different bids. The one bid, he wants to come off with the 3-inch meter to run to the fire suppression system and the fire hydrant. And that was $17,785.
Is that?
But they
that
recommend a
from the water
4-inch
company?
line coming off their main line. Remember we had talked about that?
But you're saying they recommend a 4-inch instead of a 3-inch?
Because they need that much more water volume for the fire suppression and the fire hydrant. And this will be coming off their main. The other one's coming off our regular meter that we got there now. And they say that's probably not gonna be enough water, you know?
No, so we need a new line from the main line.
A dedicated line, because this line
Dedicated.
here, the 3-inch, is gonna be off the same water line that feeds the buildings and stuff. It won't be a dedicated line.
Can't do it.
Can't.
Because
Yeah,
you
we
gotta
have
kill
to-
the,
we
you
have
gotta
to
kill
have
the
a
water
dedi-
to
Gotta
the
be-
building and
right.
fire. And the
We need a
fire suppression
dedicated
is-
line for
Dedicated
that.
for suppression.
They'll put a 4-inch meter on that, and that price came out to be $89,835.
And that's from Montezuma Water Company?
Yeah.
I would like to point out, when we were doing the original budgeting on this, the commissioners told me there's no way we're gonna hit 100,000 on this.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, let's be very selective.
Yeah,
of
be careful there,
commissioners that
Shaq,
said
yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, man, oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, and
that's just an estimate. I told him that I need a figure for you guys to look at, and that's what he came up with.
and that's the water company putting that dedicated line in for us?
Right, right.
Are we still?
Is that ductile or is it C900 or what is that?
Yes, right now, just
To what?
local.
What kind of a line is that?
I have no
I think
idea.
the
I
sheriff
have
is
no
gonna
idea what line they're
give
putting
you
in.
the thing from
He
the
didn't give me, he sent this email, and that's what he came up with.
And that will work with Cooper for their flows?
Right, because I think Cooper actually recommended a 4-inch line. Which I thought was, I didn't expect that much for that line. That's, you know,
That's a lot of difference in a line because it's not, it's static water.
right.
And
What do you mean, Commissioner?
well,
It's just sitting there until you need it.
it only sits there and hopefully you never need it. So therefore, it's not like you're using it on a daily basis. So the difference between the line size of a 3-inch and a 4-inch, your digging is the same, your backfill is the same, your installation is the same. The only cost difference is the size of 3-inch to 4-inch.
And that's not that big of a,
And it's usually, that's what I'm
Cost.
asking, is it ductile, is it C900? What is, that's a lot of difference, 17,000 to 80,000.
Right.
So my question is, why such a difference between 3 to 4?
I
Because
don't
you
know.
should be able to go from 3 to 6 for
What-
$1 a foot.
The one big expense is gonna be the 4-inch water meter. That's gonna be the big expense for that one. With the other one, we're using our original 3-inch water meter, same line and all that stuff. He came out I met him at the fairgrounds yesterday, and he said,
so a water meter, I mean, I know it's a residential water meter is what, 7,000?
6.
Okay, 6.
So we're having to buy a new meter,
Right,
rural
to-
water and
to
4-inch meter?
to meter that dedicated
Tell
line.
him
for
to,
the
tell
fire-
him to break out the cost of that meter, how much he's wanting us to pay just for the 4-inch meter, because I'll
Okay.
bet you, Jim, I'll bet that's a whole bunch of that $89,000 of buying that meter.
I think something doesn't sound right to me
Yeah.
because this
Yeah.
is static water. It's no more than placing another 4-inch main in the ground, but it's never utilized.
Right.
Yeah.
The only time
And we
the
hope
fair,
it's never utilized. So I think we're not going to make a decision on that today. I mean, obviously.
Yeah, tell
we
him to
need to
break
find
that
out
down
what-
for you, Mike. Tell him
Okay.
to break that out for you. The
yeah, he just
linear
gave
foot
me the figures, because I told him I needed
Yeah,
it this after
I
this
got you.
morning, so
I got you.
I'll get a breakdown on it and
we're
let you
paying
guys know when I
Because
get a
I've
breakdown.
never seen them, I don't think
well,
they
Jim-
meter a static system.
Well, I bet they do, and I'm gonna tell you, you know what the difference between a 3/4 inch and a 2-inch water meter is?
Oh,
If you're
sure.
buying a tap and quart, then I'll bet
Yeah,
we're paying,
significant.
I'll bet out of that $89,000, I'm gonna bet you close to 50 of it's for a 4-inch meter.
Or
A
more.
4-inch tap and a 4-inch meter, or more.
Yeah,
The
just
fairground-
get some more information,
Yeah.
Mike.
Yeah.
and-
Okay, I will.
'cause something doesn't.
I'll get more
sound-
detail. I guess he didn't have time. He was out of town or whatever, and he sent one of those guys over to do it. So But Steve's been really hard to get a hold of. I've called him 3 times, and the last time I called him, they sent a guy named Wayne. I don't know if you know Wayne that works for Montezuma Water. He's the one that came out and did that. Okay, the sheriff's roof. They're doing the sheriff's roof right now. They started last Monday. He was supposed to start Annex 3 this week, and he's not going to get to Annex 3. I mean, I know we want the solar done. I called Jim, and he said that he would start the roof for Annex 3 the first week in November. And he's going to be at the sheriff's office, just a part of the sheriff's office, for probably 6 weeks. So we're looking at December before we even start Annex 3.
Well, then the clerk's office is going to get pushed off, and so is that system there. But springtime, I mean, it's hard to do roofs when it's freezing cold and miserable. No, so.
No, you tear more
It's kind of like
stuff up.
paving a paved road. There's a
On
time.
yeah, there's a time. So
Okay,
I mean,
I know, I guess he got hung up on another job and stuff, but
And the health department, is the health department done?
yeah, health department's done.
That was our biggest leak.
Yeah, Annex 3 is about the last one we get to do for a while. It'll be a long time before we get to do that.
and we'll just have to deal with those one more season, and
Right,
we'll get it.
okay.
So it's
I don't know,
not the end of the world.
on the jail side of the roof, I went and looked at it. He's got a lot of ripples in the roof material, which it looks like hell. And I asked Jim about it. He said it'd be all right. But I requested him, when the insurance guy comes up, you know, I want to be there with them, and
There
I
you
want to make
go.
sure they're going to warranty that roof for 20 years.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
Yeah,
he's
you
got a
make-
lot of ripples in the roof, and none of our roofs got that. The jail didn't come out that good.
Did he
And-
say why?
No, he said it'll work themselves out, and I've never seen it before like that. And I know he did suggest on the sheriff's side, he wanted to take 10-foot sections of the roof out. And I told him, no, the whole roof's got to come off, because he wanted to do 10-foot sections, and I don't know why he wanted to do that, but I got to be up there to make sure they're pulling the roof. I went up there today just to make sure they're pulling the roof and not going over top the old material. So I got to keep an eye on that.
And then they're adding back the 3 inches of the.
Foam insulation.
Do what?
They're adding back the 3 inches of the poly.
Right, then
For
they're
the-
putting that cover board over it.
Yep.
You know, so, and that was in the contract to do that, you know, that's what we specified.
Yeah, he was the one screaming about that one.
Right, yeah. So I'll have to keep an eye on them and make sure they're
Keep a
pulling the
close
whole-
eye on him.
keeping the whole roof off. Looks like I might have to replace a unit at the jail. It's not gonna be that big of a deal. It's, looks like it might have a cracked, hell, I can't even think right now.
The box.
But that's not gonna be that expensive. Annex 1, the car charger, everything's there. We just gotta put the car charger on, and they're coming in Friday to program it. He will be here Friday. I scheduled him Friday to program that charger, so we'll be up and ready to go on that.
Good.
So as far as the fees for that, do you guys want to stay consistent, like with what the city is charging? I mean, have you thought of that at all for, because it's going to be a
Card swipe.
they'll have a card swipe so that they can charge their vehicles.
Yeah.
I
And-
think it should be like gas stations. I say we charge a penny less.
Penny less in the city. There you go.
But that should be ready to go Friday.
What does the city charge, do you know?
I don't know. I don't know what their rates are there.
I'd actually have to look it up, but I
It's
think if it's,
$7.50 or something.
I think if it's the same, I mean,
All right, we'll just make ours prettier.
Are we gonna have to know that? I mean, am I gonna have to know that to tell the guy when he comes Friday to
if he's
program
going
the
to
unit?
program it, if you could make a call and find out, and then we can, Shaq and I, or any of us can find out through the city
Okay,
what their fees are, and we can just kind of make.
Have it programmed that
consistent.
way.
We should make it the same.
Yeah.
I was just joking.
okay. And the other thing, the only thing I got, the truck for maintenance, Shane has got a used truck that he's gonna give us. The only thing they're waiting on is a service bed off his old truck, because they haven't received their new truck yet. So that'll work out for us. So we'll get another truck. And that's all I've got.
Okay,
Thank you for your report.
thank you.
We're feeling well. We're good. Last thing on the agenda before the reports is the GIS mapping. We have Doug Roth and Rachel Medina. Good to see you guys.
Commissioners? That table is too small for that map.
Yeah.
For that.
Good morning.
Good
Morning, Doug.
So one thing I wanted to go over quickly, it's something that's going to be on the agenda for next week, is we did discover, looks like there's a potential property buyer for the old M&M site down there. And they discovered in their due diligence that there's a portion of County Road G that went through their property, and as the GIS viewer showed it, that was never, it was vacated. It was actually, found the minutes, it was actually vacated November 9th of 1998 when they were doing that realignment down there, but we never did record a resolution to make it official and get that added as part of their deed. So
Which
we're
is
now
required by law to finish the vacation, is that there's a resolution.
Right.
So go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, so we did everything up to it. The minutes clearly state that it was public noticed. It was done properly. A decision was made. However, we need to go ahead and complete the process here. If you remember, we did this a few years ago for a road that was leading up to the backside of the Mesa Verde Visitor Center. I think it was
Yep.
H.25.
Mhm.
Did the same
Yeah,
exact
same
thing. We
thing.
vacated it, and then we had to
Right.
do a resolution kind of later on down
Well,
the line.
Commissioner Lindsay did that, so
Yeah.
are we going to wait for Commissioner Lindsay to come back to finish this?
Do you wanna wait another couple months?
22 years later?
24 years later?
And I've been working with, Don's been working with, he's been communicating with this company, and they said it'd be better to go ahead and get this done so that everything's cleared up, so it's ready for the property transfer. So, yeah, we could wait, yeah. Definitely noticed that. It's deja vu a little bit.
We better go ahead and move.
We did the resolution. We sent out notice to the landowners. I thought you said that we were going to do this next week, though.
Next
right?
week. We're
Okay.
I was just, in case there's any questions, it'll be in the packet.
Yeah.
A little background.
Basically, it's not a public hearing. That didn't even have to be a public hearing back in the 90s, but you have to prove that you showed the landowners that abut the vacated road if they own more than an acre, and the two landowners we sent notice to, so they know they're the two landowners that are involved in the transaction anyway, but we just wanted to dot our i's, cross our t's. So we did the resolution, and basically it'll just bring us into compliance, so we'll do that next week.
Yeah, it's pretty clean. So,
Which, since we're on that real quick, just part of my report was going to be to report on that as far as the M&M. It does look like now the temporary fencing is all down, moved away, and that lot has now been, all of the remediation has been completed for the environmental issues that we had down there. And now things can start moving forward, and that south end of town will start looking
Start
back.
cleaning up.
Start
Well, if we
cleaning
could do
up.
something on the west side of the road with those dadgum CDOT properties that ended up in the ownership of Mr. Backstrom, boy, I tell you, if we could clean that up, that would.
Well, we made a big jump here to get this thing done.
This is wonderful right here.
And,
yeah.
It's a good start.
Yep.
It's a good start, and I think good things are going to come out of it. Some of the, well, I can't elaborate too much, but I think there'll be some good things coming out of this.
Good. Anything will be good. Anything will be better.
I think it's
than
going to
what
be
we-
real good.
Yeah. Good deal.
Okay.
and then the other project, I did want to present this. This is something we said we were working on. This is something that Emergency Manager Spratlin asked us about here at least a month ago, and finally came to a conclusion. It's what we're calling a water service area map. And in this project, certainly learned a lot. I think we all learned about the Memphis Rural Water what they got going on over there, their constraints. And, I do want to caveat that, provided a copy of this map to the rural water districts and let them know this is kind of for internal use, because the danger is that the public might see, oh, I'm within that service area, I'm going to be able to get water, which is, we know, certainly not the case in Mancos and isn't always the case here, even in the Montezuma Water District, who has a huge area. But just because you're in that area that was defined by where they have service lines, where people could reasonably extend onto a service line, it doesn't mean at all that you have to talk to them to see if they're actually going to provide you a tap or not. But it is useful because we do see the different types of water providers. In this case, we're looking here at obviously City of Cortez, and then we're defining an area here. It's a district, Montezuma Water District number 1, who gets their treatment from the City of Cortez. If you're looking from, I would imagine, emergency manager's perspective, you're looking at if a water source gets contaminated, who's treating that water and where is it being provided to. Additionally, if you scan a little bit to the east there, Shaq, it's pretty interesting because we have Cedar Mesa Ranches being provided by Montezuma Water Company, even though they're in the Mancos Rural Water District area. Caveat, we also have, changed the map a little bit since I sent this out, but we have the rest stop and PCC being provided by Mancos Rural Water, whereas just to the west of that is Montezuma Water Company.
Wow, they're like crisscrossing.
They do crisscross in that area, and you wouldn't really guess.
I think that was because the school was built, in the, late or early 70s, in comparison to Cedar Mesa Ranches, which was, 20 years ago, 25 years ago. So they couldn't supply a subdivision of that magnitude.
Right.
There's like 120 lots or something like that in there.
To do with water capacity.
It's water capacity.
And
that's why jurisdictional boundaries are probably crossed, but agreements have been made for the service areas.
Absolutely, and in fact, that's another constraint. I don't know if it was when I was talking to Mancos Rural Waters, they said they can't provide too many more taps in that area as you go up in Mancos Hill towards Mesa Verde, because it creates kind of a little bit of siphon effect if they have overuse over there in that area. So, and then what else? Obviously, we're seeing some of these areas. We know those areas past Phil's World back in Sinking Springs area. Those folks don't have water service. Back in there, obviously the Montezuma Water Company's service area is just massive. I mean, they serve just a huge area. And then we also did see where, how far down County Road G they go. Obviously, I don't believe that any water provider goes above the town of Dolores up into the river valley there. So looking at those other areas. But for the most part, a lot of the county is serviced.
So all of those homes and stuff are wells then?
Yeah.
Everything, I think it's 2 miles up the river or approximately. That's as far as Dolores Water goes. So basically to that RV park, I think their service,
Outside of
that's
town.
about it.
Yeah, the DRC.
2 or 3 miles. I'm not for sure what the distance is, but
Something that was always discussed and it had never been approved or pursued is getting the septic line from the town of Dolores to that RV park and then connecting everyone in there.
So that's a potential constraint area. I think in the past you have had development proposals up on Hay Camp and Granoth area. You see all those wells. This map does have wells there on the map as well, just as kind of show where some of the well permits are.
That's a good map, Doug. That's a really good map.
But you're seeing a lot of people have wells up there and or haul water up there. So you're seeing some development constraints around there as far as availability of raw water.
Mm-hmm.
What's that?
Oh, I just seen a lot of the wells are dry up there, have been for a couple of years.
Yep. Lost their water supply.
Up on Granite Mesa.
Yeah, up in the, by Boggy and Granite, yeah.
So can I access that map online, and if so, is there a big disclaimer on it?
And we're not putting it online.
Okay.
No.
Maybe we should put the disclaimer on it anyway, just in case somebody wants to come in and look at it.
Well, there is draft. Well, it says draft, not for public release. I guess we could put a disclaimer, but
Maybe just use the same disclaimer that we use on the, I drafted when Rex was here, some disclaimer for the website. Maybe just copy that one and throw it on.
yeah, we can put a disclaimer. We
Even
can
if
put a
it's just
disclaimer
sticker,
on there.
Just something physical on that map.
Then we
I
can
don't want
add-
somebody to take a picture of it and then claim that it's
A service area.
official and they try to use it in court.
Right.
and we don't want people using that thing in court.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
All right,
Just
what
for our
else?
own knowledge.
What else?
We'll do. Rachel.
I'd say just really working on economic development. Shaq's put together a pretty good team, and so we just got a few things in the works and trying to get stuff ready for that. So hopefully there'll be more we can present soon, but just staying busy.
Good, all right. All right, well, thank you, guys. Anything else, commissioners? All right, thank you. We really appreciate the.
Thank you, guys. Thank you for your work on that, too. That really kind of gives us some insight of other things that are going to come up.
Another project that Shaq is having me work on, and this is a bit of a challenge, is kind of fiber and internet service area maps.
No.
I would love those. I don't know how successful we're going to be getting CenturyLink's
To
service
divulge
area.
that.
I would love to know where their lines are and
Yeah.
what they're servicing. I think it's changing rapidly, and working with Jim.
Have you approached them, Doug? Have you approached them to see if they would give you their?
We're going to, and
Yeah.
ask me about that in a month, and hopefully we'll have something for
Nice.
you. Yeah, keep
Nice.
asking.
You know, another thing that would be helpful in some of the development is you've got the service area of Rural Water, Mancos, Dolores, and all those. If there's ever an opportunity to get those companies to show you what size lines those are, some of their trunk lines are main lines, so as you looked at an area, maybe you wanted to develop or do a subdivision or something, is there capacity in those lines, or is there gonna have to be upgrades and stuff like that to it?
Yeah, and that kind of gets to, they've shared some of their data provisionally with
Some of
us,
that
and we were going to work with Mancos Rural Water on a mapping project last fall, and then they got busy. But the reason is because, again, they don't want somebody to take a look at it and say, you've got a line here you can provide me, and they want to be able to make those analysis in-house, and I understand that, so they very provisionally share that data with us. And they do kind of with those caveats that we'll use it for our own interest, but we won't draw too many conclusions from it. So.
Gotcha.
All right, thank you, guys.
Yep, thanks, guys.
So, on the agenda here, we have the county's attorney, but we have the sheriff that just stepped in the room, and the reason that he's here is so we could have a discussion about the fire ban.
Good,
So,
good,
Sheriff, come
good.
on up, and
Yeah, good.
kind of,
I've had several calls and people wanting to do things. Morning, Steve.
Is that for my protection?
Could be.
Could be.
just don't slap her hand, it looks to me.
Yeah.
Slap somebody's hands.
Like the old teacher's ruler.
Yeah.
Oh, that's working. Well, thanks.
Thank you,
Um,
Lynn.
I'd had discussions 2 days ago with the fire chiefs, putting out, wanting to know what they thought about lifting the fire ban, or how they would feel about me issuing exemption permits to burn in certain areas of the county. They were good with both, and it looks like every one of them feel that because of the moisture that we have and the colder temperatures, and it's not going to get much warmer. So I think we're going to be good. I issued 6 exemption permits for this week. So I was going to come in and visit with you next week when I'm here to ask about maybe lifting the fire ban. So.
Would you be willing to do it this week?
Yep, that's fine.
And if
That's
that's
why I'm here.
sufficient evidence for you all, then there's the resolution, and you all can approve it. You just need to be convinced that he convinced you that there's
Sure.
sufficient
Well,
moisture.
I think with the, I mean, as usual, talking to the fire chiefs and within their districts, that's kind of what we've been going on.
That's the
Their
basis that-
recommendation.
Yeah, that's the
They know
basis
their
we-
districts, so
Yep.
if you're already issuing exemptions, then
Yeah.
with the conditions that are out there right now,
Right.
we can go ahead and suspend the fire ban.
Okay. I think that would be good.
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Okay.
that being said, are you, Shaq, do you know the number?
19.
19?
So
Any
I would
further
move that we accept resolution number 19, 2020, and if that number is not correct, we'll correct it for the suspension of the ban on open fires.
19.
So the resolution that they've public notice for next week is 19, so this will be 20.
20. 20, 20, 20.
2020, okay. That's a mouthful.
And you did mention, and use of fireworks in there, did you mention that?
Didn't mention that.
I didn't hear that come out. Could you please complete the suspension, please? I'll second that motion.
Okay, based on the sheriff's recommendations, Montezuma County has a vote, or a motion and a second for resolution number 2020-2020, suspension of the ban on open fires and use of fireworks. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Just need a
thanks,
copy
Steve.
of that.
Thank you.
Yeah, we'll get that out.
We'll get that.
Thank you.
Yeah, yeah, get that on our, we'll get that on our
website.
website and hopefully get it out, because I think, I've had a number of calls about it, and
So have I.
especially after the snow and the storm hit, they were wanting to
Yes,
burn
and
slash
for those
stuff.
of you out there, first time, make sure that you call dispatch and
Please.
you let them know.
Know that you're
Before
building
you
a
burn.
fire, that's right.
Just
Just
before you burn. Just
give
in
them a
case.
heads up.
Communication.
Is that even
Yeah.
in burn barrels?
No, burn barrels are exempt from the fire ban.
As long as they have
The quarter-inch screen and a 20-foot radius
an
clearance.
arrestor on them.
Yep.
So on a burn barrel, you don't need to call ahead?
No, not on a burn barrel.
Just the arrestor on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Oh, I got you.
Okay. I'll take care of that one. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff.
Thanks, Steve.
Should I get a copy of this?
Okay, now we'll go to the county attorney report with John Baxter.
Okay.
The only other thing I'd add, is you all are involved in a couple more lawsuits. It's just the BAA stuff. Thanks to our assessor and you all siding with her. It was Albertsons has filed with the BAA. We don't know whether or not this is kind of like what Safeway does all around the state and does it every year or not. So I asked Leslie to look into that. So we have a case with Albertsons now on the assessment, and also I can't remember the lady's name off the top of my head, and I wasn't able to find it on a quick email search, but the one who had an issue with you all calling her shed a dwelling. She wanted it to just labeling it
Residential dwelling.
residential dwelling.
Oh, yeah.
So those two, that's it. For me, it is probably not as inconvenient as it usually is, because we have our hearings in Denver at the BAA court there, and I don't know for certain, but I'm fairly certain this is going to be Zoom from sitting at my computer with Leslie representing you. So it's probably going to save us a lot of money in travel and flights, hotels, all that stuff.
Yeah.
So at least the COVID is working to our benefit there. That's it.
Okay, thank you,
James
John.
Dietrich has no report today.
All right, we'll go to the county commissioner's report. We'll go with Commissioner Tell first. He usually is a little bit shorter-winded than Commissioner.
Yeah, I'm
Larry.
very short-winded. All my Zoom meetings and stuff were canceled last week, so I didn't have a meeting. I had AAA meeting canceled and moved, and so I didn't have anything to do. So I went to Grand Junction, saw how they were doing it in Grand Junction.
Commissioner Candelaria. Shall we set the
Well,
timer?
Man, I
Go
don't
ahead.
know. I guess I'm picking up all that slack.
Good, there you go.
But that's okay.
I like that.
Anyway,
You need to be in the harness.
As Doug and Rachel presented earlier, you know, the M&M is looking really good. That environmental cleanup looks like it's been completed. I don't know if the paperwork's all been finalized, but you know, like I said, we're going to see some good things come out of that. The fairgrounds, like Mike stated, is moving right along. I think it's going to definitely be completed by the end of the year, which I think you guys are going to be
good,
super happy with it, and it's going well. The DA's office, I was up there with Jim yesterday, and Shaq wasn't with us, but that's almost completed also. His readers on the door look really good, and it looks great. Social services, I think, Shaq, we reviewed the bids for to create that lobby area there so that we get that hallway
And I've got to
cleaned up.
send them both back. Both bids are incomplete, so.
So we were reviewing those, and like you just said, they were incomplete, so we're going to have to take a second run at that. But anyway, that's in the process. Those will all be done hopefully by the end of the year also. I've had a couple of Zoom meetings, obviously with I think they call themselves the Mighty Dozen of the county commissioners in Southwest Colorado. We will talk to the governor's office the third Monday of the week, but all in all, we all feel, and this is from Montrose, Mesa County, San Juan County, San Miguel County, and on down, we're really on our own. I mean, the state has put out a lot of language into a lot of health orders and mandates and so on and so forth, but every time we ask them for help and what are we get back the same answers. We're on our own, figure it out. So trying to work within these 12 counties of what really in Southwest Colorado are we doing. So it's a struggle. Everybody's struggling right now. Everybody is wore out. Everybody's numbers are increasing, but again, I want to remember, don't just look at a number because it's going to continually go up. Look at what's active.
And what's not in our hospital.
And what's not in our hospital.
I think that's one of the most important factors in how you gauge any of this stuff is how many of them are in your hospital and how many of them are needing ICU treatments and stuff like that.
Correct.
And we're at zero. So
and that's a big deal too, because we don't want to overwhelm our health system. So with our discussion for the Board of Health this afternoon, we'll kind of get more data. We also attended a Zoom meeting yesterday with, they've opened back up the EOC. It's obviously a virtual EOC. So trying to put together, where do we stand? What are we looking like for the next 2, 3, 4, weeks? Are we actually going to be prepared? We talked a little bit about resources yesterday and PPE. If we're not getting it from the state, I recommend it's like, let's just go get it bought. Let's don't wait.
Doesn't Jim have a tremendous inventory of PPEs? I mean,
we're not. If the rate accelerates the way it is, it may not be enough. But if we're not getting it from the state, we need to resource it ourselves or try to find it ourselves so that we can actually have it so that it's available.
Yeah.
The way I look at it, it's a staging area. If our staging area is set, the fire that's burning out of control, when the conditions change, we can then control it.
Yeah.
But right now, our staging area, we have to get picked back up because we know what might be coming.
Because I thought Jim this has been a month or two ago was stockpiling and really building up kind of a war chest of PPE stuff.
We've got an inventory. Some stuff we've definitely got more supply of than other things.
And then I guess, well, we'll ask the hospital when they get here this afternoon about
What they're
where
like,
they're at.
yeah.
So I think part of our plan and with the people in the EOC is we're getting ready, we're getting set, the staging area is being prepared. We just want to make sure that we do have enough preparation because nobody knows where we're going to be. And like any other fire, your staging area is big enough that you can handle it and you're not overwhelmed. So I actually have had a lot of Zoom meetings, so I'm going to leave it with that, and we can discuss everything else in the Board of Health.
Board of Health.
And I was participated in the Zoom meeting for all of the department heads and elected officials, and Shaq did a good job there as well. So,
Thank you.
other than that, I don't have anything. I'm looking at the way that our agenda is set up, and I would think if you commissioners would be okay with it, we should probably is the public comment right before lunch, or is the public comment right?
Right. Usually we would do it in the afternoon, but since afternoon is Board of Health, I put it before lunch. So
Okay.
we can do it after the executive session or before the executive session,
Well,
however
I
you'd
would
like to
think
do
that
it.
probably before
Before
the
would be a
executive
good-
session. So this time we'll do public comment. If anybody would like to comment on anything today, just come up to the podium and state your name and address. And it looks like we might have a taker, so come on up, ma'am.
Well, I guess it's time I introduce myself. I've lived here a year. My name is...
Hold on, yeah.
My name is Myra Kay, and I did live over on Montezuma. I now live just a few blocks from here. So after the election, semi-results, I have become very disappointed and disturbed in how our federal government is handling this COVID crisis. I do not believe there is a crisis. I have been an EMT. I majored in investigative journalism. I've been doing a research for many, many years. And this situation is a lot bigger than the COVID crisis, in my opinion. I believe the only answer is for us to handle these things on a local level. And therefore, I'm going to start just coming to the meetings and getting familiar with you people and how things are going. Because from my information, and I am not a doctor, but I am a patient, and as I said, I used to be an EMT. So from my observation and experience, when we did not get patient number 1 found, the next step is to go to herd immunity. We are not being allowed to do that. And this is a problem. This is the first time in history that healthy people have been imprisoned, locked down in their own homes on the basis of certain organizations saying and publicizing through media that is owned and can be traced back to a certain group of people, and they all have the same view. So it's very difficult for us on a federal and national level to work with this. That's why I feel like I'm very impressed and happy that I can walk in here without a mask. I appreciate that. But I'm concerned that that freedom will not continue. And so I just want to go over the fact that if it wasn't for our hero, coroner, Mr. Devers, I wouldn't even have known that all those figures that they are giving us were people that had died with COVID-19 and not directly from COVID-19. I've talked to other coroners. All these results do not carry water with me because there's no autopsy proving what these results are. This test, if you do not know what the disease is, if you do not have a test, this virus has not been isolated. We do not know what COVID-19 really is. And until we do, how can our communities lose all this business, lose all this money, be damaged in the way that this has happened to us, our local communities, while the large corporations, they can still continue to operate. And we all understand, you know, why.
Yeah, I think that we've all learned a lot since March, and you have a current board here, and I believe a future board that is philosophy is individual rights. And so I think that as far as the board's concerned, I think that the way that you feel, you're probably in like company. So
I felt that.
So,
but I just wanted to become public with this because people are literally afraid. They're afraid to speak out. And I'm 73 years old and I'm not afraid anymore. I've had a lot of experiences in my life. So I just wanted to let you know that my time is now available. I'm retired, and so I'm going to spend it by getting more involved on the local level so that, because to me, I'm a constitutionalist, and I believe that our Constitution is what we need to be acting under. And I believe, personally, we have our lawyer here, it's unconstitutional to imprison people in their own homes when there is no reason for it. And so I have to decide what I'm going to do if this filters down to us, because I have friends in the Front Range and, you know, they're on lockdown again. Lockdown is a term that's only used in prisons. Why is this in the media? Why are they even using that term? This goes much bigger than this disease, but this is where we need to start.
I think this will be an ongoing discussion. We appreciate you, and we're here every week. So
and I will
we're here every
to
Tuesday.
start coming and getting familiar with what's going on. Thank you for your time.
All right. Thank you for your public comment. Is there anybody else that would like to comment? Okay, I guess we go into the dreaded task of doing an executive session for the county administrators.
That's after lunch, isn't it?
Oh.
Okay.
This one's first.
Sorry, go ahead.
For the county administrator's annual evaluation. Is there a commissioner that would like to make a motion to go into this dreaded task?
Give me a second and I'll get the proper CRF.
I don't think they have a proper code for going into this executive
there
session
is.
with the evaluation of the administrator.
There is. It's personnel issues.
Are you sure? Okay.
Did you want to do it out in public? It's your call. It's your.
No, I think we're just fine. It's a personnel issue. I think you're.
Thank you guys for coming.
Lynn, you may have the sheets right there, but otherwise I will just bring up a PDF on my computer.
Okay.
Do you have, that's it? That's it?
Yes.
That's one of the commissioners.
She's got sheets. I've got sheets.
We do record this, so it should be.
Are we going to go in my office? Or you want me to just kill YouTube? I don't care.
I don't have a preference. It's probably up
matter
to
to
the
me.
recorder and how that works. Because we are going to record it and it's.
I can record it here.
Are we still on?
We're still on YouTube
Yeah,
until
because
you
I have
guys
to do this in-
take us into executive session.
Right here. I can't.
Well, then we'll.
Okay, discussion. of
I will
personnel
once
matter
they
under
make a
CRF.
motion and vote to go in. Huh?
Probably 4F.
Let's stay in here. We're all
Yeah,
good.
4F,
Okay.
yeah. So I would move that we move into
It's going to get real bloody, so. I want to
executive
know if there's
session
a lot of room.
for discussion of personnel matter under CRS 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses F.
Who else is going to be in the room?
Second.
And in the room will be Lynn, the recorder, Commissioner Ortel, Commissioner Sukla, Commissioner Candelaria, Attorney Baxter, and Administrator Powers.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to move into executive session for discussion of a personnel matter under CRS 24-6-402 HF. The nature of the discussion is going to be any employee evaluation of the county administrator, Mr. Shack Powers. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Oh,
my mask on and go sit
Adjourn
with
from
you.
executive session.
Second.
Motion second to adjourn from executive session. The board is now out of executive session. Should we have a visit about, the executive session was over, employee evaluation. And now let's talk about Mr. Powers and raises, or I guess.
And his,
And his,
I think after discussion and he achieved a favorable evaluation and passed it without any conversation between any of us, that I would move that we move Mr. Powers' raise based on his evaluation to $89,500 annually.
I second that.
motion is second to approve pay raise for the county administrator to $89,500 for the year of 2021. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Thank you, commissioners.
Evaluation with ours.
Oh, yeah, and I got mine here as well, so. Any other business, commissioners?
I move we adjourn for lunch.
Yep.
Okay.
Second.
I told Billy and Pedro you were gonna split the 10 grand with them.
Oh, we're going to have lunch.
See y'all later
Back
at 1 o'clock.
Back at 1:30. I'm live.
Okay, we're live on YouTube. Surprise.
All right, thank you. It's 1 o'clock, and the first thing on our agenda, starting at 1 o'clock, is an executive session. This is for a conference with attorney to receive legal advice on specific legal questions and determine positive or positions related to matters subject to negotiations. So actually, somebody needs to actually just.
And what we're going to do, just also for the public and for the clerk's sake, is that when it's just legal advice with the attorney, we do not record the sessions. When we have the opposing counsel in the executive session with us, I don't think that there's a justification for allowing us to not record it. So I think we record that. If we continue the executive session without anybody except for us in here, then we stop recording, because that's more legal advice to you all. So I think also we should cite in addition to subsection B, we should perhaps cite subsection E as well. So let's do both what you just cited, Commissioner Sukla, and subsection E.
Where's your executive session paper? Is it over there, Jim?
We're gonna do both.
Okay.
Attorney, which is B, and E. Are these guys on yet, or?
We're on YouTube. There's nobody
But
tried to get onto. Oh, no. JTV.
Yeah, that's John Burton, so we're good.
Let me mute him. let
We're
him know
ready.
when-
I might help you with a list too, or maybe we just kind of do a roll around the room, and then we also have an attorney named John Bertard on Zoom with us.
Okay.
I'm gonna do the announcement, and then I'll let you do the other people. So I would move that we go into executive session for a conference with the attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses B, and for the purpose of determining positions relative to matters that may be subject to negotiation, developing strategy for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-402, parentheses 4, parentheses E. And in that executive session will be Lynn Dornkamp with the clerk's office, Commissioner Ertel, Commissioner Sukla, Commissioner Candelaria, Leslie Bugg, assessor, John Baxter, attorney, Shat Powers, administrator, and I will let John announce the other people on the line.
We have John Bertard on Zoom. John, can you hear us? So we can't hear you.
Yes, I can.
Okay, now we can hear you. Thanks. And we have Mr. Cogswell, and remind me your last name?
Crowley.
Mr.
Neil
Crowley, in the executive session as well. If Mr. Cogswell and Mr. Crowley get excused and we continue an executive session, then we're going to, then it'll just be one side, and we'll stop recording at that point.
I second that motion.
Motion is second to go into executive session for the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners for a conference with attorney for the purpose of receiving legal advice on specific legal questions under CRS section 24-6-402 4B. Also, another part of the executive session and would be for the purpose of determining positions related to matters that may be subject to negotiations, developing strategies for negotiations, and/or instructing negotiators under CRS section 24-6-402 4C. In the executive session is going to be the gentlemen and ladies mentioned in the motion, and we'll go from there.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Favor? Aye.
Okay, we're live on YouTube. Lynn, can we take off the executive session deals now?
And then, we contact Bobby and them to have him come on in?
Yes.
Oh, Leslie, you're never gonna let us live, are you?
Look at the, oh, did you see that? Did you see that, brother? Whoa, baby, I'm glad she didn't look at me like that.
Hey, and then I'm not gonna be a commissioner too much. She could like use a revenge.
Ooh, watch your property taxes, Buster. Oh my gosh. These guys,
That's scary-
I'll
that's
tell you
more
what,
scary than-
I want this Cogswell to walk out of there with fucking money. I think they will. Bitch.
Everyone over there, because I don't have a special.
It doesn't make sense.
Shit, no, it doesn't. That's
special
not just
thing.
He thought he found something he was gonna be able to
executive
score.
session.
Hey, he's milking this.
Oh, he's
Sign on
milking them
I
like
got
a
it.
tired goat, bud.
I got it.
Oh,
We're live.
Are they in
You guys are
150K?
streaming, hey,
We're
you guys are on
streaming.
YouTube.
We are, good. Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
We're
'cause
staying.
we're already up here. We haven't had a chance to do anything else, so we're good.
I don't know how we're gonna do our tables, we're out of time for tables.
Just sit here and we'll just sit up here. We overran, if that's okay.
Yeah.
We're way behind today.
We gotta sit 6 feet. We got Dr. Eakin.
I'll sit over
All of our nurses are zooming in with Shaq's Zoom link.
Okay.
So, and Matt Lindsay's not gonna be able to make it. So I think it's just, I think we're just gonna do this because of time.
Pardon?
I think we're just gonna sit here.
Yeah.
Socially distant, is that okay?
Hello,
gentlemen.
How are you?
Hello, Dr. Aiken.
I think that was it.
Hey, Shaq.
How's it going, Doc?
It's going
And
all right.
we apologize for running 15 minutes late. We was in an
Okay,
executive
thank you.
session.
Appreciate that.
It lasted longer than we expected.
No, it's fine.
Um,
Can't plan everything.
But now that we have everybody here and Shaq's getting his lotion on, we will go ahead and we will open up we are going to convene as the Board of Health. So maybe I think make a motion with one of you commissioners.
Yes, I would move that the Board of Montezuma County Commissioners now change hats and that we are now the Montezuma County Board of Health.
Second.
Motion is second to move the Montezuma County Board of Commissioners into the Montezuma Board of Health. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So that motion carries, and then we're going to go right into the Board of Health, and the first thing on the agenda would be the welcome and brief introductions, and then approval also of the July minutes. So,
Right.
Bobby, would you like to start?
Okay, I think I'll just sit here if that works. Does that work?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so, all right, so I think we know everybody. I'm Bobby Locke, the director with Montezuma County Public Health Department.
Kent Aiken, a county health physician.
Laurel Schaefer, Assistant Director for Public Health.
Shaq Powers, County Administrator.
Jim Candelaria, County Commissioner.
Larry Don Sickle, Montezuma County Commissioner.
Keenan Ertel, Montezuma County Commissioner.
There you are.
Okay, did anybody read the July minutes?
Actually.
I'm not sure I did.
That was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's been,
You guys are-
I've slept several times since then. Yeah.
That's about 25,000 Zoom meetings ago.
But we do need to do it, make an approval, so would you guys go by your gut?
Sure. I move that we approve the Montezuma County Board of Health minutes for July 2020.
Second.
There's been a motion and a second to approve the July 2020 minutes for the Montezuma County Board of Health. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 So, Shaq, I had given the link to all the school nurses.
Yeah, I've admitted everybody that's tried to get in. Right now we have Denise Brisbane and Jim Mimiaga with us.
Okay, so Denise Brisbane is the Dolores School District nurse. Sue was invited, and so was Sharon Martinez in Mancus. they all accepted, but I also know they have a lot going on in the schools right now, so, that may be why they're not here. But we can start with Denise.
She just disappeared.
Oh, she just left the scene.
Okay.
Hey, Bobby, while we're waiting for them to get back on, could you pull a mic closer to you just to be sure that they can hear you?
I had that in my
And
head that that
Denise
was a mic.
is trying to get back on as we
Oh,
speak.
Okay.
Looks
Let's
like-
see if she gets back on. How do you know if she's on, Jack?
She's-
Says she's trying to connect.
And then
Okay.
she'll,
Connecting audio.
Maybe I can
There.
see better over here.
Looks like she's good now.
hi Denise, can you hear us?
She's muted.
You still have your mute on, Denise. Can you unmute yourself, please?
There we go.
There you go. There
Hi,
we go.
Denise. Can you hear us?
Can you hear us, Miss Brisbane?
Oh, don't you just love Zoom?
There
she
there's-
is.
there
Oh,
she
there,
is.
good.
Hi.
Hi,
Can
Denise.
you hear us, Denise? Can you raise your hand if you can hear us?
I can't tell.
Denise, can you hear anything? Obviously not.
Denise, can you hear us?
Just right now I can. I could not hear a thing before. Got you now.
Okay.
It's going through that
Hi,
computer.
Denise. Thank you for joining us. Can you hear me?
Oh, thank-
This is Bobby.
Yes, thank you. I can.
Okay, good. So at this point, Denise, I think you're our only school nurse that is available to be on the phone at the moment anyway, on Zoom. So we have our county commissioners / Board of Health here. Can you just give us a kind of a brief, what you want to share about how things are going at the school and how COVID has impacted your school and how you're functioning? And what
Okay.
we can do to help you in public health more than what we've already been working with. So
Okay.
you've got the floor.
So far at Dolores, it's gone pretty well. We're just now starting to get impacted with more and more people who are near a positive person and are getting quarantined because they've been near somebody in the community that's been positive. We did finally just this Sunday come up with our first student who actually tested positive, which we had to quarantine our second grade class. But that's the first positive we've had within our building so far. But we're definitely seeing more and more people that are being exposed to positive people and quarantining. We have 10 people now 10 people who are either having symptoms or who have been near a positive that are kept out of school right now. 10 people plus our second grade, including a specials teacher and the staff out at the clinic who've been near a positive.
Can you, Denise, the answer, so you've had 10 people that are showing symptoms, or you said have been near. Could you clarify how many are showing symptoms and how many have been near? Because that would be,
I feel like only several of those are kids that have had symptoms, and rather than get tested, they would rather just stay home and allow their symptoms to pass and just do their quarantine. Most of them are people that have been near somebody who's positive.
okay, thank you.
And I've got 39 people currently, kid-wise, that if they miss 2 days of school, then they go on my tracking form, and I watch or I call to find out why they're home and what's going on, and clear them as to when they can come back. So as of today, I have 39 people that have missed 2 days of school or a third and are on some sort of watch or pay attention to in the district.
Well, so that's kind of if they don't show up, then you try to figure out why.
Yes, I go through all the attendance of the whole district, and I write down anybody who's been out 2 days or more and find out why and clear them to be coming back or not.
Okay. Any questions, commissioners?
No, it sounds
Denise?
like very manageable, Dolores. Sounds good.
And then Denise, the board is meeting on Thursday night.
Yes.
So we will be, Dr. Aiken will attempt to be on there. He's working at the hospital, so might be a little challenging for him. But I will be on there, and Lindsay, who is our lead COVID nurse at the health department. So we'll be joining the board on Thursday.
Wonderful.
So.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll be very helpful.
Sure. Yeah. Well, we appreciate the partnership. I think we've worked really well with all the schools, and I think the schools are doing an amazing job, honestly. So, yeah.
Can I ask you a question, Denise?
Sure.
So, I believe there was a Mancos School Board meeting last night, and Mancos chose to stay open. Would that be correct? Do you have
That's
a
what I've heard as well.
Yeah. Do you have a recommendation for the Dolores School District of what they should do?
Well, I know all of my principals across the board from preschool on up are really wanting to stay in person as long as they possibly can, for mental health reasons, education reasons, the drops they've seen in scores from the school we've missed already. Speaking strictly from a health standpoint, I think it would be great if we closed the schools. But that's not taking into account all the worries the principals have to deal with. I think health-wise, it would be smart to stay home. I think the kids are going to be in the school and be positive before we can screen them out. The kid we sent home, I mean, he was in school and he didn't fit into any of my tracking. I'm trying to identify people that will be of risk and get them out, but I feel, especially with the colds and the flus and the sniffles and everybody who's thinking they just have a minor cold and coming to school, I think it's going to be in the school. It's just a matter of trying to catch it. And I hate to see it spreading in the community or losing some people unnecessarily by not being careful, but that's just strictly from the health standpoint and not from mental health and all the other reasons that they worry.
All right. I think you do a good job. That was a very thought out answer. I really enjoyed. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, commissioners? I have none. Okay, Bobby.
Okay. Well, thank you, Denise. I really appreciate you taking the time to join us. I know you're busy right now with everything going on into the schools, but and you're welcome to stay on and continue with our meeting here. And again, I just want to say what a great job you guys are doing over there, and we look forward to Thursday night and having a conversation with the board. So, Shaq, did any of our
Thank you for your leadership.
I don't see anybody else trying to get on yet.
Okay, and I know Sue just, I'm sure she's busy right now with some stuff going on, and I'm not sure about Sharon. She said she would be on, but she obviously hasn't joined us. So why don't we move on? If Sharon or Sue does pop on here, then we can just divert to the school nurses again. Okay, Shaq?
Sure.
Okay. So why don't we move on to talk a little bit about what we know about the ambulance part, Dr. Aiken. And Matt clearly has been super busy with all the testing going on at the hospital, so he couldn't join us today. But Dr. Aiken will fill us in on where things are.
Right, yeah. So Matt and I have talked about this, and right after the last Board of Health meeting, the EMS team that Matt leads was assigned the responsibility to take over the testing at the drive-through at the hospital. And he admitted, and I would agree, that neither of us have had time to pursue some of the things that we said that we would pursue at the last Board of Health meeting in regard to the ambulance certification. Matt still very much wants to do that, but thought that we may need to defer that to the next meeting or into the next year. One thing that he did want to do was try to provide the board with a few suggested changes to the wording of the current county policy about this. Nothing dramatic, just a few things that he had seen in there that would update the policy to bring it more current. and he was going to supply you with an edited version by mid-December, let you review that and decide if that's something that you wanted to act on at some point by the first of the year. And then from the standpoint of where we would function with the ambulance certifications and licensure at this point, we would continue under the current guidelines. We would, I will do the inspections as usual, and the hospital EMS team will come up with all of the same measures that they have been doing for years to satisfy what's going on with their licensure. Obviously, in the future, we need to decide as a Board of Health and as county commissioners whether or not we want to require accreditation as part of the ability to operate an ambulance service in the county, and whether or not we would accept an accredited agency as meeting all of our requirements. But that's really for the future if you're willing to defer until Matt and I can get through some of the things that are going on with this COVID business. Matt's just overwhelmed right now with what's going on with the testing over there, and ask that you please forgive his tardiness in getting this done. So.
I don't have any issues with that. I mean,
No.
I probably had more of the questions than anybody with the accreditation, because this is one of the hiccups that we ran into. It doesn't matter what happens, there's always another fire, and you can't ever get the accreditation to happen because we don't have enough staff. Like I said, are you going to hire 2, 3, 4 more people to actually take this pathway and go down it? Because it's going to take it and require it. I'm not against it by any means. I'm just saying, do you really know the road that you're going down when you go down? This is not certifications, this is accreditation. Right. So 2 different things. So we still have to be certified, but this is a whole nother aspect of what what they're looking at. So my point is here again, we're 3 months down the road, another fire has occurred, and it's very difficult to make it happen, because then my next question was, what does it take to keep it going?
Right, right.
So actually, you sparked. I'm not sure exactly that I am fully knowledgeable about what we're talking about here. So could you take it back to basics?
Sure, I can just give you a quick synopsis on it. So, as a Board of Health.
Dr. Aiken, people on YouTube are asking if you could pull the mic closer.
Sure.
Here. This one's oh, no.
Is this one working?
Yeah, yeah, they
both
both
work.
work. Just have it closer is all.
So, currently we have, I guess we'd call it regulations or a policy in place at the county level dictating, what an ambulance service operating in the county needs to do to be licensed here. And we require them to be licensed. And those regulations have been in existence for decades. I think that at least goes back into the mid-'70s, if not earlier than that. And we have always operated under that. The county health physician has been responsible each year to inspect the ambulances, make sure that they have the equipment that is required for them to operate safely and provide good patient care. There's also a mechanical inspection required for each of the vehicles that they use. And Laurel oversees the getting all the paperwork together, making sure that there's any questions or correspondence that needs to be taken care of with the ambulance services, that is all managed. And we do those annually, review generally at the end of the year or the early into January, kind of depending on how quickly I can get with the group to do that inspection and make sure that everything is there. And they're quite good at that. I mean, Matt Lindsay and Scott Anderson are the lead people over there, and they have always been very good about getting everything taken care of. Recently, the EMS group over there, led by Matt, has been looking at a national accreditation for an ambulance service. And there are organizations, one in particular, and I can't remember the exact name of it, that will accredit an ambulance service. And to be accredited, there are many things that the ambulance service needs to have as far as the qualifications of the staff, the equipment that they have, and how they operate.
Can I ask you a question about this? Because first, the ambulance service is from Southwest Memorial Hospital?
Well, that's the main one right now. Yeah, I mean, that's really the one that we deal with.
So have we ever had a different one, a private company, a private ambulance service?
Well, previously we had the Mancus ambulance and we had the Southwest EMS. And there may have been one other in the county. I can't quite remember now if there was a third. Mancus has consolidated with Southwest EMS, so now we just have the one.
So
But-
I guess,
So there's
why
a
are we
difference
going to all this
between-
trouble when we're?
Well, Commissioner Sukla, it's really not something that we're asking the Board of Health to do at this point. There's not a lot of trouble that you all need to be doing.
No.
It's the Southwest EMS that is looking at possibly getting this accreditation. They were the ones that initiated it for themselves. They're not asking the county to do it. They're not asking the county to, participate in getting the accreditation. What they were asking.
How would they benefit by having the extra? Can they charge the patients more money? I mean, what exactly is the end game, the benefit?
Well, Matt could give you a better answer to that question perhaps than I can, but I would say simply that they felt that this would be an enhanced measure of quality of the service.
So it's going to take another step, and I'm just going to kind of jump in here. So and I don't know what they currently run, but it could be for personnel. So their ALS units could be an EMTP or an EMTI. Right now, they may run an EMTI and an EMTB. I don't know. Could be totally wrong. but
Okay, so
they
it-
could be-
okay.
So the ALS could be all EMTPs, or I mean, there's a lot of different criteria. That could just be one component of it, but there's a lot of documentation. There's a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, and
where
that's
they're
what I-
housed. I mean, so
So
on
you
and
could
so
have
forth.
different
So
paramedic versus.
it could be.
yeah.
I haven't
Okay.
seen that, so I don't know that. So I'm not making that as a factual statement. I'm just saying as a.
And I thought that, and I apologize, but I had thought that we were going down the direction because I've lived in Phoenix, Arizona, and they bid out the ambulance service to the hospitals. And so I thought that's where we were going, that the hospital district was thinking about bidding out the
Ambulance service.
ambulance
No,
service.
Yeah,
Okay.
We're just really, if the hospital EMS, Southwest EMS, got this accreditation, which would be something that they would do entirely on their own,
Correct.
then we're just approaching the Board of Health, and again, it's a preliminary approach as to whether or not that accreditation would satisfy the regulations that the county has in place now. And as long as they remained accredited and met those requirements, then we wouldn't need to necessarily go through some of the process that we go through now to license them. That was the entire reason. And Commissioner Candelaria raised some good questions at the last time when we came to this meeting to talk about that. And those questions had to do with, is this really the benefit going to be enough to outweigh what might be additions of personnel to be able to keep this accreditation going, and more record keeping, and some of the other things that may happen that Matt may not be anticipating could happen, I think based on your experience previously in fire. So Matt is, he's indicated to me that he does want to investigate that and make sure that they really are on a path that is going to help. And I think one of the things we talked about the last time was that he was going to try to contact some other agencies that had these accreditations and talk to them about how that has impacted their staffing, their costs, what kind of benefits they've gotten out of it. And that's what we were hoping to be able to return to this meeting and talk about. But again, Matt just hasn't had the opportunity to do that. And
Which there, again, I'm not against accreditation at all.
Right.
It's just a matter of, right now, we certify them. Right. And it takes a little bit of time, but the other side of that coin, it could take a lot more time. And you know, where's the balance? What's the benefit, I think is what you're asking.
Yeah, the quality of
And that's
service.
what
If
I'm
we're not going to
asking
increase
is-
quality of service, or if we're not, you know, what's the best bang for the buck for the people that are here, the best quality service for Southwest Memorial Hospital. And if, you know, if the accreditation, if they increase the ambulance ride, I ain't so sure that it's the right way to go. I mean, you put me in the hospital here, or in the ambulance here, and you take me, it's, what is it, a minimum $600 to get from.
I don't think it has any component to do with,
Okay.
with billing at all. And like I said, I haven't seen what he's looking at, so I don't want to make a blanket statement that would be incorrect. But it's more on their side of what they have to do for, it could be training, it could be equipment, it could be everything involved with it. So it would be like one step higher, but sometimes to achieve that step, I mean, that's the only thing I was asking, is the balance of, is it really worthwhile to go down that path or not?
Yeah, no, and I appreciate these comments, and I'll pass yours along to Matt too. I mean, I know we don't want to see the cost of an ambulance ride increase for people, but I don't think that this accreditation would be impacting that. It's not that an accredited agency could charge more than one that didn't have the accreditation. This was just another way of kind of representing the quality and assuring that some of the things that we do are in line with what these national agencies recommend. So,
Okay. I learned a lot.
It's a big, complicated deal. I mean, I sat in it my last 3 years, and before I retired as a battalion chief, and there's just a lot to it. And I don't know if it's the same for ambulance services, but on the side that I was on, it was, we never got it accomplished. We just didn't have the personnel, and there was always another fire that had to get put out, which here again is, I mean, he can't even get it to us. So I'm not against it at all. But just make sure that that's really where you want to go. That path is clear before you head down it, because I think it's a tough path.
no, I understand that, and I think that Matt really appreciates that feedback, because, again, this would be a decision that their organization would be making. But for you to say, hey, you guys need to think this over again in light of these other things, I think is really important feedback. And that's why Matt does want to follow up on what you suggested at the last meeting about this.
Okay.
Thanks.
But so just in the meantime, we're going to go ahead and do the regular.
Right. Matt and I are both clear about the fact that we're going to continue to do the usual annual inspections and
Which is
licensure.
due now, right?
Yeah, I will get those ready, because I
Right.
held off until we have this conversation.
Right.
Right, and when we talked about this at the last Board of Health meeting, and we looked at what the current regulations are, we realized that there was some outdated wording in there. And that's what I'm talking about, that Matt was going to review, and I'll review with him and submit it to you all, so that we might want to adopt, you know, slightly amended version of what has been in existence in the county for several decades.
Since 1976.
Sure, and we just saw that with our land use code that Attorney Baxter brought to our attention. Some of those CRS they don't even exist anymore. So yeah, that's a simple cleanup
Right.
of bringing it up to
Right.
the
No, that
current
makes
place.
sense.
Bobby, Sharon Martinez is on.
Yes, I see that. Hi, Sharon, can you hear us?
Ms. Martinez, can you hear us? Shaq, it seemed like the last time when you talked,
Yeah, we can hear you now. Try again, Sharon.
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was delayed with some students in the office, but did I miss my segment?
No, we didn't. We figured that she was busy. Bobby did. Could you go ahead and fill us in on the Macon School District?
Sure. Well, and I think the Mancos School District is doing well as far as illnesses, if that's what you're trying, if that's what you need to know. The parents, I think, especially the elementary school parents, I think, have been doing an excellent job of keeping their kids home, and they do call and confirm and ask me the COVID guidelines when they have any questions, and have been very easy to work with, and they voice understanding when I tell them, okay, this is what we have, so yes, keep your student at home, and they've been very good as far as that goes. I've been happy to be working with them, but we've had the one instance of the kid with the COVID at the beginning of the school year, but other than that, I think we've been doing well.
Yeah, Sharon, I think you've been doing great, and Sharon, what you started the job, you were 2 days on the job when we when we had maybe our first case there, it seemed like. So you stepped into it and just kind of ran with it. So you did an amazing job. So I want to give you kudos for that, because that school nursing was new for Sharon, and then here she is in the middle of COVID. So not new to nursing, but new to school nursing, right? So,
right, that's right. Yeah,
yeah,
definitely challenging, but it's been good, and the people I've been working with have been great.
Yeah, and it's been with the Commissioner Sukla was asking about the Mancos school board meeting, and so it was decided that they're going to continue to stay in person learning for now, and
right.
They want to ride this out and keep those kids in school as long as possible, and I think with Sharon's leadership as a school nurse, I think they will do really well. So I appreciate you, Sharon, and I know it's been a lot to absorb for you this year, and you've done a great job.
Okay, well, great. Thank you. Yeah.
Is there anything that we could do for you from public health perspective that you feel that we could help you with?
No, I don't think so. I think we're doing good. I think we're set well.
Okay.
For now.
Yeah, and your superintendent, Brian, has been really good with communicating. Whenever there's a question or an issue, he reaches out to me, and so we've had really good communication with Mancos.
Good.
So,
Good, which is, I think, is the most important thing, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, well, good.
Well, thank you, Sharon, for taking time to come to the meeting and giving us a little snippet of how things are going there. So
okay, you're welcome, and sorry I missed it earlier.
No worries, no worries. We totally understand.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you.
And Sue's not here, right?
Not yet.
Okay.
I guess we'll go ahead, Bobby.
Okay. Okay, so I think we pretty much wrapped up the ambulance conversation. So I was just going to talk about at this point was just a few things that we got going on at the health department,
Okay.
So our case count, right when I walked out the door, we just got another transfer. So I believe we're up to 325 at this point, positive cases.
What does that mean, transfer? You got another transfer?
Well, when people are in another state and they move to our county.
Okay.
So that happens periodically. Or they live in a different county and then they move to our county. So that happens a lot too. So we just got one of those right when I left. So like I said, so that puts us at 324 cases. We are extremely busy. I mean, I can't even explain how busy. It's just been nonstop. We are in the process of hiring 3 more temporary part-time nurses. Our hope is to train on Thursday afternoon and get these 3 nurses up to, I feel like I'm peeking over at you, Keenan, there.
Yeah, I hear you.
Okay. So we are going to train them on Thursday and get them used to the database and how to do the case investigation piece. And we have a lot of contact tracers that we have trained. What do we have, 16?
19.
Okay.
19, and they are all locals.
Yes, all of these, everyone that we are employing are locals. So we're giving right back to the community with what we're doing here.
And they can work from home to do this job? Or
The contact tracers do. They only have to come in, to turn in paperwork. The nurses can work from home, but they do have to come in and get the information and, the test results and things like that. So they come in, pick up their paperwork, and then go back to their home base, yeah.
So
We've got laptops and phones for everybody.
one of the biggest questions that I had, and I actually asked this of Laurel yesterday when we had her on a phone conversation with Shaq and I, is do you have enough help? Or are you short on help? Because I know, at another meeting that I was at last night, everybody is fatigued, everybody's
yeah.
tired, everybody is at their wits' end, and people are getting nasty. And so my concern again, like I've told you guys, is are you doing okay? Do we have enough help? Do we need more help? Do we have to reach out further? Because as cases move back and forth, we're going to need help. So I'm just asking, do we have enough? Are those three enough for what you need?
If our plan goes the way we have planned, I think we will be okay. I don't know that that's going to be absolutely enough. We may need more.
So
But-
here's the question of your staging area, and I referenced this morning as a fire. Would it be better to get one more right now and lighten the
Well, I
load a
have one
little bit?
Once she turns in her application, I'm going to go for that one more too. But
Okay.
I only got half of her paperwork, so I need her application, and then we've already requested it, so I'm going to bring her on board too, if she turns it in.
Because I think, when we had this conversation in the beginning, we have all stood behind you guys saying, let us know what you need to have so that we can make sure that we don't lose everybody in here to burnout or to their mental health. That's the other issue of this side, is the mental health of everybody involved in this.
Right.
So as long as you're looking at that and projecting far enough ahead, I'm
Right.
in. I just make sure you look far enough ahead so that you don't get caught.
And what you're talking about actually is the most important thing to me here today. And so we have a health department, right? And the health department, it functions in multiple different directions. The health department with the COVID, in my opinion, has been spending a lot of time on the medical side of health. So health has all kinds of different aspects, right? And our health department is geared to doing all different forms of health, whether that be physical activity, mental health. And I can tell you, we've been 8 months in this. And when you're talking about the mental health of our help, I'm talking also about the people that work for the health department in Montezuma County. I'm talking about the mental health of the people that live
Of
here.
everybody.
And that have been, you think they're burned out. They're burned out too. So this whole community is burned out on COVID-19. And I don't blame them. And I have been watching, I'm listening to people, and I'm wondering now, are we spending enough time on the mental health side? The schools, I got to tell you, these children, and I know what the recommendation was with the hospital and our health department, but I disagree with it on the RE1 school district. I agree with the position. I disagree with you guys on RE1. I agree with the way that Mancus, because I think you're spending, and you're a doctor, I understand that's why you do what you do, but we're spending too much time on the medical part of it and not enough time on the middle part of it. And that's what I would like to see change, because I have heard child after child after child of these school children, the way they feel and how they're going decreasing in their education. Sometimes they say it's 150 days that they're behind now because of this online learning. And I wish the health department would go in a direction where we can help these people mentally as well as because they're sick of it. They've had enough, and I don't know how much more complying that we're going to get. I don't know if we do have a catastrophe and everybody starts getting sick.
I don't know how some of the people are going to react.
Can
Commissioner Sukla, I completely agree with what you're saying about the mental health issues. I think that's a huge component of this, and all of us, healthcare and just the general population of the county and really of the nation, are suffering from the effects of the stress that COVID provides. One of the things that the health department is doing, and actually, if you want to look at any benefit from the COVID pandemic, is the partnerships that we've been able to form with other healthcare providers within the county. It's amazing to me that some of the conflicts and areas of disagreement that we may have had in the past have sort of melted away as we come together to do this. And, you know, a couple of things specifically related to mental health is that we're in, regular discussions with Access Health System. They have ramped up their capacity to try to deal with clients, and I think it's important to get that message out that, if you're aware of people who are really suffering, that, Access is ready and I think able to take on more responsibility there. The other thing is Southwest Health System. The partnership that we have with them has just been remarkable. And one specific example related to mental health is that the in-school clinics now that Southwest Health sponsors are including counseling services for the kids. And this is the first year that they're doing that. So, yeah, your point is very well taken. I think when we look at what the health department does, we're trying to do it in partnership with people in the community who can provide specific services, and we would, certainly want to encourage to continue to work in that partnership. Looking at a Board of Health, we are concerned, we all as the Board of Health are concerned about what all healthcare providers have to offer in the community, just as you're saying. So yeah, you're right. And there's certain things that the health department is particularly good at related to COVID, such as the contact tracing, which is an important component of this. We have the other responsibilities of the health department that we're trying to keep up, immunizations and, the prenatal program. I mean, many things that we try in the health department to continue to do in spite of all of the time and effort that's being spent.
Do we still do the flu shots? Or
Yeah.
We canceled our clinic this past Saturday due to the increased numbers. It was a difficult call for me to make, but I could not risk putting, half of my staff was doing that clinic, and I wasn't going to put them at risk with a public clinic that we don't know who's coming through that line. I just couldn't risk losing half of my staff if they were exposed on the job for a setting like that. So that's why we canceled it. It was not an easy decision to make because flu vaccine is important right now, but we just couldn't do it given what we were seeing in the numbers.
Is there an alternative for people then in the community? What would that be?
Oh, people can get their flu vaccine. If they've got insurance, they can come to, we take appointments at the health department. They can come to our regular immunization clinic, and people can call, and as long as we have a nurse there, we'll give them a flu shot. So, I mean, there's totally alternatives for people to get the flu vaccine.
And I'm going to repeat that again because I want to make sure that people understand that just because that clinic was canceled does not mean that they cannot make an appointment, come into the health department and still get that flu shot. If they choose so to do it. It is still available.
Absolutely.
We've taken nothing away. It's still there.
Right. We just weren't going to do it in the environment in which we were going to do it as a open-ended, free-flowing drive-through clinic. So anyway. So yeah, I mean, the mental health, behavioral health of everyone considered, across this county is super vitally important on every level. And I know that, all these decisions that are being made by the school board, it is a tough decision to make because nobody wants students out of school. I mean, I don't think anybody wants that. The schools don't want that. The parents don't want that. We don't want that. However, the problem is not necessarily the school environment because they are structured in the school environment. They're wearing masks. the teachers are wearing masks, we have all that safety net built in, the kids are getting fed, they're getting educated, I mean, it's a safe environment, right? We don't know that they're in those safe environments when they go outside of school. We'd like to keep them in school, but the problem is what families are doing outside of school on their own time with the gatherings, with pulling more than one household into a house, with looking at the holidays upcoming. I mean, we have a fallout from Halloween even. That's where a big portion of these cases came out of, you know, events around Halloween. So, and Halloween is a minor holiday compared to what we're getting ready to go into. So I think people are just trying to be on the forefront of it, trying to get ahead of it before it actually becomes a problem, and trying to navigate what's the best solution for how do we, because you can't necessarily control what people do in their homes, but you can educate and suggest that they really consider this before they go and have 3 families over for dinner on Thanksgiving.
And see, you brought up the point that is why I'm so confused about the decision making is in that school, and if all the way down to the janitor, everybody's got a mask on, right? I mean, that whole setting
Absolutely.
is 100% masks.
Absolutely.
So, and that's what we're being taught that, or told that is the safest way. And then we make a decision to take them away from that and put them, what you just said,
But it's not
into a
because
position.
of school.
Yes.
It's because of when the kids are out of school for Thanksgiving week and they're exposed to the 3 households that were there for dinner, and then they return to school the next week, they're bringing whatever COVID exposure they had that week with those multiple families to school. And that's where the outbreak would occur. So it's a prevention. It's kind of like thinking ahead, even though the problem isn't the school, it's what goes on in the homes. That's the reason for the concern with keeping kids in school. And it's sad that we have to think about that. If people were realizing that the consequences of their decisions really impact long range, that's what's impacting the schools and the kids' ability to stay in schools is what families are doing.
And
So,
and is it, I mean, because this took me, because I have the same thought process, and I'm thinking to myself, why are we doing this? But it's also because it's just the holiday season, just to kind of combat
Absolutely.
that holiday season, and that kind of made it kind of sink into my head, was like, I see what you're saying. Because between Thanksgiving and Christmas, my kids are out of school for 3.5 weeks. And so we're talking about 2-week period of remote learning.
Right.
To kind of,
When you add it together with the 3
Right.
weeks.
when you add it together, you're really only talking about a short time
Right.
of remote learning to kind of slow that spread,
Right.
you know? So then it made it make more sense to me too, because I'm not a nurse and
it's kind of like doing preventative quarantine. In a way. I mean, it really is, you know.
Herd quarantine.
Well, but, and I totally agree with what's being said. Your point is exactly right, Commissioner. I think that it was brought up at the Mancus meeting last night that, you know, why is the school, who is so careful about all of the precautions that we ask them to do, in a sense being punished to, you know, go to remote learning because of what may happen at Thanksgiving and at Christmas. And I don't think that Mancus has made a wrong decision. You know, we're going to be there for school, whether they're going to be open or whether they're going to be closed. I can see that point, but the other side of that folks who have considered this and that making that decision is that at home people are going to need to be careful. That's basically what it boils down to, that, you know, if you're sick, don't come to the family gathering. You know, try to limit the number of families that are involved in a gathering. If the weather gets nice, have your gathering outdoors rather than inside. I mean, you know, there is a flip side. It's not that we have to have the schools closed, but then on the other hand, the people need to be very careful about what happens at home, because I think it's fairly safe to say that we're not seeing the kids passing COVID around in the schools so much as we're seeing COVID coming to the schools from the home environment.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
It's coming from the home into the school.
Can I take a moment and just read something from YouTube, which I wouldn't normally interrupt to do, but Access Health Systems, Haley has posted on there that they have a lot of options if people need additional mental health support. The 24/7 Access Care Line can be reached at 970-247-5245. And she said there's also plenty of capacity for youth counseling. And for that, call 970-565-7946.
Thank you, Shaq.
So, let's see, what else do we want to talk about? We can talk about vaccine, we can talk about testing.
I have a question,
we can talk
Bobby.
about
The state on CDPHE's site, they are putting up a map that shows where all the outbreaks are occurring in the state. And so people are going to start accessing that map pretty soon. Can you tell the public what will define an outbreak on that map? And then will the information remain on that map even after the outbreak has cleared up, so that the public knows how to interpret what they're looking at?
So, the outbreak on CDPHE's website is not new. That's not a new thing. They've been doing that since the beginning of it. We have not had a reason to submit any outbreaks until recently. So we just did our first submission yesterday and today. It should be posted tomorrow. And
I was gonna say, because I looked at it this morning and Plata County showed we did not.
Right, right. It won't be till
Durango
tomorrow.
Fire Department.
It'll be tomorrow.
It was the Durango Fire Department when I looked at it yesterday, and I called the fire chief to find out what was going on. Because to answer Shaq's question, and I'll answer it for you, an outbreak is 2 or more. And I think when
At
you
this
use the
moment, it
term,
is. It's changing, though.
oh, they are going to change
They
it.
are looking to change it.
But for right now, if somebody sees that, that means 2 or more.
It's 2, so what it is 2 confirmed positive cases within 14 days. Okay, so if you get a confirmed positive case and then 2 weeks later you get another confirmed positive case, if it's 15 days apart, it's not, okay? If it's 14 or less, it is an outbreak. So,
Wow, that's
2
way-
or more.
That's
2 or
not
more.
enough. Well, I guess I'm gonna, I should have said it that way. Why is it 2? I mean,
I can't answer that question. The
We
state
we
FD
have
would
asked that
to-
question on these Zoom meetings that I've been attending through other commissioners
yeah,
around
there
the
it is.
state.
That's what I looked at.
That, you know, that it's kind of misleading. The term outbreak, when you think of outbreak, it's a
Right.
big number. It's
They're
a
looking
big.
at that too.
So when you say
No, you're
2,
Yeah.
I think what we're just trying to bring some kind of a calm out of a chaos, or some kind of control of this wildfire that we have burning. And at some, like I asked you about your staging area, is it ready, is it set? Same question I asked yesterday in our EOC meeting. Are we set? We've got this time, we've prepared, we know that numbers were gonna rise, we've all talked about it. Where are they gonna go? We don't know. But then we also have to look at just the active cases, because the total number is gonna always get greater.
Sure.
So are they gonna eliminate it at the end of the year and start again?
No.
Nobody answers that question.
No.
So everybody just looks at the total and they're like, OMG, and it's like, people, take a breath, slow down. The virus is real, nobody is disputing that, but look at all of the numbers and make common sense of numbers. You know, and I emailed Dr. Aiken last night, I'm like, is our healthcare system ready? How many people are in the hospital as of COVID? And it could have changed as of this morning. And I understand that, that's gonna change all the time. But
Do you
are
know
we
what the- do you know
doing
what the number is?
okay? As of last night, it was 0.
Right, and when we came over here, I had left the hospital, and I don't believe that there were any inpatients with COVID. I can't speak for who might have been in the
Sure.
emergency room at the
But there
time.
again, are we overwhelmed? I mean, the reason we shut everything down in the beginning was to make sure we were ready, because we weren't ready.
Well, and, right, and I don't see us shutting things down again. I hope
Sure.
it wouldn't come to that. I mean, I don't think that's what we should do, but.
No, and I
yeah.
agree with that.
Right.
But, and I understand what
yeah.
you're saying is, are we prepared? Because I don't want anybody in the hospital either. I can
right.
tell you that right now. You know, hopefully that's people having their procedures and going on with their life and
Right.
and doing whatever they have to do. But
Right.
I realize also that as this fire grows, we are going to get numbers in there. But are those IC beds available? I guess that's why my concern is why I'm emailing you to say, where do we stand? Where is that? Where is the balance? I mean, but when I hear the number 0, that makes, I'm like, okay, good. We're still really, even though the cases are rising, we're not overwhelming our healthcare system today. The fire could
So I'm-
change tomorrow. So we have to always be evaluating this every day to see where our staging area is set.
So, you know, we all have COVID on the brain, but I want to tell you, I listened to the CEO's response to COVID last week, and he made a statement that caught me off guard. He said that we were almost full. This is back, the hospital was I think almost full, but he said it's not uncommon this time of year with flu and other things for the hospital to be full. Before there was ever COVID. So last year, maybe at this time,
It's a
we were
busy
full,
time of
right?
year.
With flu before we had COVID. But why that really stuck out to me is if the hospital's been full before COVID ever started, and have we expanded the hospital? You know, is it big enough? I guess is what I'm trying to say. 23 beds, is that correct?
It's
Well-
officially 18 beds. We have expanded a potential expansion of capacity to manage specifically COVID patients. In other words, we could open an area of the hospital that used to be the old hospital, where we could put a group of patients just for COVID care to try to allow a better ability to care for people that have other medical problems that require hospitalization. It is something that's in flux, and the question of, are we overwhelmed? Today, I would honestly say we're not, but by Friday, we could be. It kind of depends. I mean, last week, at one point, we had 4 or 5 patients in there with COVID. At least 2 of them were in the ICU. We only have 4 ICU beds. And the hospital was, the rest of the hospital was full with patients with other medical and surgical problems. And then 2 of the really sick patients had to be transferred to a higher level of care, and so that reduced it to fewer. And, you know, I think the rest were well enough to be able to be discharged home at that point. So it changes very rapidly from day to day.
Sure. And
yeah,
that would be my next question is, if a person has to leave the ICU here, at what capacity? Because obviously we're looking probably throughout the state first, or somebody close out of state, but I mean, where is that?
Well, we try
Where's
to,
that at?
yeah, I mean, there are a couple of criteria that we use for patient transfer. One is how close can we get somebody transferred to another facility? In other words, I'd rather not send somebody to Denver or Albuquerque or Salt Lake if, you know, we can get them taken care of closer, and Mercy is the closest place. San Juan and Farmington is another. So we look at how close can we transfer somebody to get them to the level of care that they need, where there's an intensivist or critical care physician and a staff that's much more experienced in some of the complex management of people on ventilators who have the severe complications of COVID. So that's one thing. And then the second thing is bed availability. And I know that last week San Juan Regional was full, and so that was not an option. You know, I know we were able to transfer at least one of those patients last week to Mercy. I'm not sure where the other one went because I wasn't directly involved in that care. There are things that we're doing at a regional and state level to try to help coordinate this care and transfers. I've been on conversations with leaders at the Mercy Medical Center, Animas Surgical, and Pagosa Springs hospitals to try to make sure that we're all sort of on the same page about this and what our capacities are. There's a system throughout the state that we can look at the hospital that will tell us day to day what the capacity of any hospital is and their ability to accept transfers. The Colorado Hospital Association has plans that they could activate immediately to also assist in transferring patients to other facilities if we run into problems where we can't find a place to send somebody. And then we are prepared at the hospital for the worst case scenario, which would be that we would have to take care of some of these really, really sick patients the best we could with the facilities that we have. And I've talked with our other medical staff, and we have those plans in place if we needed to institute them. And we would certainly all do the best we could to try to take care of those people and keep in mind other resources that might be available outside of our hospital as those opened up if patients were, transferred or recovered there. So, it's a big deal, and we're working on it, and we have all of these things in mind. And also, how do we take care of the people who don't have COVID and who need to be taken care of, who may need a surgery, who may need treatment for some other kind of acute medical illness, and we're trying to maintain that. One of the concerns that we don't have direct control over, and we do our best to try to prevent this from happening, but people who work in the hospital providing patient care are susceptible to getting COVID. And if we suddenly had a number of people on the staff who became ill with that and couldn't work, that obviously also impacts our ability. So, I think the responsibility to try to avoid overwhelming our healthcare system is an individual responsibility that each of us in the county has. So let's try not to get sick, because we can't predict how sick we're going to get, and whether we may just be, feeling crappy for a few days and be fine, or whether we may have to come in the hospital and start to make it harder for people to get care. It's a really tough time, and there's so many uncertainties to it.
It truly is a personal responsibility, and I think we've all said that in this room, and you guys have probably said it, and to educate, which I think you guys have done a good job of trying to educate. We haven't regulated. We've done nothing on that side of it. We're trying to educate people, but personal responsibility, like you just said, is a big part of this. Everybody needs to be to try and do the best they can to take care of themselves.
Right.
Which
links
obviously
to the gathering message.
Yeah,
it's
and
part of the gatherings, and it's part of the when you're sick, stay home.
Yeah,
don't share your germs. If you can confine it, that's way better than going to work and then spreading it to your entire coworkers.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of it. I mean, we all know how we feel physically day to day, and I think paying attention to that, and then taking an action if you really think that you're starting to get ill. Is appropriate. I mean, I'm the same as anybody else. If my nose starts to get runny or I start to have a sore throat, I mean, in a way you want to say, oh, it's nothing, I'm okay, and let's give it a day or two, and I'm sure I'm fine. But really at that point, under the current environment with COVID, I probably ought to be thinking about talking to my doctor and arranging for a test and just being sure. I think Bobby will say that, we've had a few people that have been positive for COVID who went to work for several days thinking, oh, I just had a little cold, or, oh, it's just my allergies flaring up, and then they finally get a test and it's COVID.
Yeah, we're encountering a lot of folks who just super mild little signs, and they're not really, thinking that it's anything, and then on day 2 they're like, well, and then by day 3 they're like, oh, I'll go get a test. But meanwhile, they've gone to work for 3 days.
Yeah, and
then we have exposures 2 days pre-symptoms. So
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, I mean, a lot of the people that have those symptoms don't have COVID.
Sure.
Okay, it's just, let's be sure before you start.
How are we
exposing them.
doing then on our test kits? Because on another
We
one
have
of
the
our-
capacity to test anybody who's symptomatic.
Okay, so did the state actually, are they moving away from the Abbott because of the,
No, the hospital's still using the Abbott, but there's other, that's the, we'll just call it the maybe least reliable, I guess, the Abbott machine, right? So they have the Abbott and the BD Max, but then we have other test alternatives that are, we just received a whole order of the Binax tests that Dr. Burks is recommending everybody use, which originally they said under the emergency use authorization was for symptomatic people, now it's for anybody. So we just got a whole shipment of those. We are
so
going,
they are more reliable than what we were using? Is that now
No.
a percentage?
No, the most reliable tests would be the ones that we send to the reference lab or the BD Max test that we have at our lab.
Do we have enough test kits for our BD Max? If we have to use it, I guess where I'm going with this is we feel the Southwest commissioners that I've been talking to almost, weekly for sure, but we're on our own. And we're in this, we're Southwest Colorado, and if we need to get more test kits, what do we need to do to get more test kits for the BD Max? Because
Well,
like you said, it can be used for other things also, so I don't think they're gonna expire if we have a shelf life that's at least 12 months, but the waiting for the 24, 48, 96 hours, that doesn't work. We can test all we want, but if we don't have any results, I mean,
if somebody's symptomatic, they shouldn't be going to work and doing anything. If you're sick enough to go get tested, you need to start isolating. Like, you should already be doing that to yourself.
and I agree with that,
know?
but I'm talking
So-
about the guy that just shows up, what if I just
Well,
have
they
the
wouldn't use a
sniffles?
BD Max on somebody like that anyway.
Well,
Why couldn't we?
because we don't have enough test kits.
Okay, and that's my question.
Right.
Can we, first of all, are they available?
Well,
And if they are available, can we get more? Can we work with you
Right.
to get more tests? I mean, this community is what we're looking out for. And if it's quicker to get it identified, then we're going to stop or slow that, is what we're basically, this conversation is around.
right.
So,
There's two components to the use of the BD Max. One is the availability of test kits, which the company allocates the test kits to us. And while we do have several hundred of those now, and we are regularly using them, we don't have enough to be doing thousands of tests every week with the BD
Sure.
Max. You folks have been extremely helpful in the past in making sure that we got the BD Max, both by providing part of the funding as well as by encouraging through letters that you wrote to various agencies and officials at the national level to help get us that machine earlier than we might have otherwise done. So that's great. If that same thing would work to get more test kits, I'd be all for it. I could try to find out if
and I guess
such
that's where I'm
letters-
headed.
Yeah, I don't know
are
if such
we
letters would help. I know
doing
that.
enough to help you with those test kits? Because I think if you get people earlier, like you just stated, we're gonna be able to
Right.
to curtail that.
One of the
So-
things that happened in September and part of October was that the company that makes the BD Max decided that they were going to overhaul one of the factories where they were making the test kits to be able to ramp up their production. And I don't have any idea why the decision was made at that time. Commissioner Sukla shaking his head. At the time, I shook my head too. But ever since then, even though we continue to get an increasing number of tests, we haven't had quite the assurance of having as many tests as we thought we might by this time. So while we're still able to use the machine on a regular basis, we can we still have to be a little bit careful about who we're using it for. The second factor related to how many tests we can run on the BD Max is our staffing and how long it takes to run the test. We can do 24 tests at a time with the machine. Takes about 2.5 to 3 hours to run each batch of tests. And so, if you look at that over 24 hours with the machine running, let's say, continuously, I'm not sure what the math comes up on that, but let's say 8 times 24, something like that. That would be the number of tests we could conceivably do in 24 hours.
And I don't think that I'm asking that. I'm just saying, do we need to work with you to have more test kits available for that machine?
Well,
because it seems like it's the most
right,
reliable, and we need to.
I can check with the lab director and see if he feels that it would be worthwhile or find out a name that you folks could contact and see if you could encourage them to send us some additional test kits. I'll be happy to do that. The second component of the testing, of course, is the send-away tests, and I totally agree that the longer the turnaround time to get a result, the more difficult it is to really interpret that result as being meaningful. In other words, if you were negative on the day your nose was swabbed, does that mean that you're still negative, 3 days later when you get your test result? We have had good luck through a couple of different labs to be able to get 48-hour or better turnaround time on the sendaways. Quest is the main lab that we're using right now, and as I'm sure Bobby was going to say, the state lab, which has been fairly overwhelmed in the last number of weeks, is giving us a couple of other alternative labs to work with that are assuring us that we will have at least a 48-hour or better turnaround time. That is pretty darn good. The best is the BD Max, don't get me wrong, that's the best thing. And if we had a capacity to do thousands of tests a week with the BD Max, that would be ideal. We are fortunate, as you know, in this county, to have the ability to do such accurate testing as the BD Max. Many, many, many places across the country would be extremely envious of us, and I think you've already spoken to some who are envious of us having that capability. So we're ahead in that regard. I think that a 48-hour turnaround time we can live with because, as Bobby said, if somebody is symptomatic, spending 48 hours in self-quarantine until we have the test result is something that most people are able to do.
We have a couple different options for labs that we're working on right now. We've been having meetings with them. We have another meeting on Thursday. And all of these options are going to still remain free. They're not going to cost anything. So it's basically CDPHE's lab, is now transitioning to just handling outbreaks. So all of us who were using their lab, they're transitioning us to other labs. And so therefore we have different type of tests for that. But it will be a 48-hour turnaround from the point that the test hits their lab. In 48 hours we get the result. So
Is their accuracy pretty good? How
Yeah.
are they rated with their accuracy?
Yeah, that's we're really fortunate too in having Alan Laird as the director of the lab here at the hospital. He is really knowledgeable and very careful about how what kind of a test we're using, how reliable the results are likely to be, whether we should use a test based on its reliability. In other words, if we have something that is not very reliable, he's quite reluctant for us to get involved with it. And also, are there ways to take a particular test and improve its reliability? Some of these tests become more reliable the better that you collect the sample. So he's really good at that, and we ask him to review whatever lab that we are looking at, and he has good sources of information for that. These rapid tests are not quite as reliable. They're very good if you have enough virus in your body to really be positive. They're not quite so good if it's early in the infection and you haven't produced a lot of, or the virus hasn't reproduced in your body a lot, and so the specimen might not have a lot of virus particles on it. And some of these more rapid tests, not the BD Max. The BD Max is as good as any of the Sendways, but some of the ones like the ID Now just aren't as sensitive to picking up unless there's a lot of virus particles on the swab. So that's where we're concerned about some of the things that give us a 20-minute result. Not that we don't want to use them, it's just that we have to understand that if you've got somebody that looks like they have COVID and you do a 20-minute test and the test comes back and that person still doesn't seem to have any other reason to be as sick as they are, you might want to either test them with a different test or wait and test them again in a day or something like that. So, we try to take all that into account.
Any more questions about the testing part? There's a lot to it.
I'm gonna be quiet and let you talk. I apologize.
No.
Every time you guys come up with something, I have, they're just kind of questions that are being asked throughout the state that
Absolutely.
everybody is struggling with without answers. And it's hard to take a test when you don't know, have never been taught the answers, which is kind of where we're at. So go ahead, I'm gonna be quiet.
I think the only other thing, and did I completely answer your question, Shaq, about the outbreaks? 2 positives or more, but guidance is pending.
So my
some
first question
changes.
was, how's an outbreak defined? For right now, it's
Right.
2 or more within 14 days. And then once the outbreak has been cleaned up, will it ever come off of the map? Or say some business on Main Street, the theater, I'll just pick on them because they're actually closed, so it would be an impossible scenario, has the outbreak, they get it all cleaned up, deep cleaning, a month and 6 weeks later, tourists are coming through, they look on the map, oh, I don't want to go to that theater because it says there's an outbreak. When does it come off the map?
It's my understanding that once an outbreak is labeled and published, we are following that business or whatever it is for 28 days. We have to do weekly check-ins with that company, business, whatever. See if they have anybody who's developed symptoms, anybody who's tested positive, just kind of revisit with them, see how they're doing. And we do that for 28 days. And once 28 days has passed and there hasn't been any new issues, then they are removed.
Okay.
That is my understanding. Don't hold me to it, because we haven't gone down that path yet. We're getting ready to. So, and again, they're looking at the guidance, and they look like they're changing it a little bit. And if the recommendations stick, we'll have to discuss what that looks like, because it is going to be changed a little bit. So I don't really want to talk about it just yet until I know exactly what they're changing.
My
So-
concern is just for the businesses that after the outbreak is cleaned up, they don't continue to be negatively labeled beyond that.
I do not believe that is the case, and,
Okay.
and honestly, I think we gotta remember, though, that most of these, I won't say all, because there's still like freak things that can happen, right? But if businesses are encouraging their employees to stay home if they're sick, that will help businesses not have these problems. If people are taking the personal responsibility, not having big parties and big gatherings and this type of thing over the next couple months, that will help businesses tremendously too. Because it's the nature of the beast, and this is how people get sick, and then they go to work and they might not be symptomatic, and then they're spreading it, and then somebody else gets it. I mean, this is just how it's spreading. So if everybody takes that personal responsibility we talked about, that's going to help the businesses not be labeled on that map and not have outbreaks and not have these problems. So
So is that one of our biggest messages that we need to send today is personal responsibility? Please
Absolutely.
take your
Yes.
personal responsibility. Nobody is better to take care of yourself than you. Be responsible.
That's
And
right.
absolutely.
I do just want, I want to So I had a business call me that actually has had what was considered an outbreak. 2 people. It's a business that not in this county, in a different county, and it's a business that the majority of they have quite a few employees, does their work outside, and they said it did have a negative effect on them, and that's the reason why I asked the question about the 2 being an outbreak. They do not feel that 2 people are considered an outbreak. The word outbreak and 2 usually don't go together. I mean,
Yeah, I totally understand that. Outbreak sounds big, right? It sounds like massive, you know. I understand that impression, I do. I think it's an epidemiological reason. I know it's an epidemiological reason that they claim 2, because then, you know, if you remember when the governor was doing the R factor thing, when you have 1 positive and then it affects this many people, right? So if you've got 2 people that have that, you've doubled your R factor, and you've got way more people potentially infected. So that, I believe, is the reason why 2, because that's the minimum. You know, it's 2 or more. You know, I mean, if you have half your staff out because they're all in isolation because they're all positive, you can't open. You can't open your doors, and that's partly why some businesses can be closed, because you can close for 24 hours to do deep cleaning and then reopen in an outbreak setting. But if you lose half your staff, then you can't open. I mean, most businesses can't function with half your staff, you know. So it just depends on the business and how badly they're infected, if you will, as far as how long they're going to be out of commission, you know. Some businesses won't even be out of commission. They could clean overnight and they get right back at it if they have enough staff to continue to work, right? Sure. So it just depends. It's a very case by case kind of thing. And that's why we have to work with them, with the individual businesses. And that's clearly unfortunate. I mean, this whole thing has a financial impact on so many people on so many levels, you know, so.
Well, and yeah, that's right. And I think there's a couple of other things that it's important to be aware of from the standpoint of how we're approaching this. I mean, we're just getting into the outbreak part of this, and I agree with you. I don't like that word. I use the word outbreak for lots and lots of people all over the area, okay? So I wish I had a better word for 2 or more people in a business, but
I think we state it just like that. It's
okay,
2 or more.
If we have
because
a situation.
That's real. People can equate that.
Yeah.
That's tangible. I can get 2, but outbreak, it's like,
I agree. I mean, there's a movie called Outbreak, and we know what that's about, so.
It's a fear factor, and I don't want to spread
And
any more
again,
fear
that's
in
not
this
the health
community.
department's labeling, that's CDPHE's
I understand
labeling.
that,
So
and
we're
I'm
just
not-
defining it so people understand
Right,
what's
so
really
when we
being
talk
talked
about it, if we can say 2 or 3 or 4
Yeah,
or whatever,
so-
I think that would be a better conversation for our people than the term outbreak.
The only reason
Well,
I
and
use it is
again-
because on the website, that's the only place you'll find it. It's labeled outbreak. Like if somebody wants to go look and see what businesses in Montezuma County, they're not gonna be able to find it if they don't go
That
to the
map right
outbreak
there,
section.
yeah.
Yeah, well, a couple of things though about the situation of 2 or more positive people in a business that we have started to do already in the few instances. One is that we learned that writing a letter to the business and telling them that they have this situation helps them to get CARES money.
Right.
And so we're doing that. And then the second thing is that we are working with these businesses to try to help them be open again as quickly as possible. And we've had a couple of instances where we really have been working closely with people to do that. So, yeah, I mean, again, I don't want to see anybody have their business impacted any more than absolutely necessary to protect the health of people that either work there or come there by keeping their business closed unnecessarily. That's just not right.
So, and you may not have an answer for this question, but I'll start digging and see if there is an answer. CDPHE clearly wants people to stay home if they're sick, and that's a pretty common sense thing. Problem is, say for a lot of single parents out there working an hourly job, if you don't work, you don't eat, or you don't pay your rent, or you don't pay your electric bill. Is CDPHE gonna put up money for these people who shouldn't be going to work so that they can still continue to pay what they would have paid with their wages when they stay home for 14 days?
No. But the Department of Labor, I can't remember how many days they have to pay for. If you're a positive, what is it?
80 hours.
Okay. So I mean, it's not.
80 hours, whether they have the time or not.
Mhm.
The company will have to pay.
By law, they have to
By
pay
law.
for 80 hours.
New state statute.
Yeah, which is
Well,
FMLA.
that doesn't start till January, though.
Yeah, I think
No.
right now it's 6 days, I believe. That's
I didn't know that.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ, me either.
Yeah, the
That was
Department
the
of Labor has that
FMLA.
rule.
The
That's that family
FMLA.
leave stuff?
Well,
Is that
FMLA
correct?
keeps you from losing your job. I'm talking about collecting
No,
wages.
the Department of Labor, because when we've had COVID positives that cannot go to work, their business, if they're not eligible for, they don't have PTO or sick or vacation time, the employer has to pay them. I just can't remember what it is currently, but I know they get paid for at least 3 days of work, at least 3 days. And I think it's more than that, actually. So,
Can you get that?
it's on the Department of Labor. You can go on their site. Because
Alright.
it's my understanding it's a law, so.
That's a current law.
Yeah,
But you do have
yeah.
to be a positive. right?
Yeah, you have to have proof that you just don't have a runny nose and you're staying home. You gotta go.
But
get
we're
it.
asking people who have any kind of symptom to stay home.
Yes, we are. But if you have a symptom, you can get tested. You absolutely can get tested. So there's really no excuse. I mean, you can go get tested if you have a symptom.
So I'm going to direct the public information officer and the IT team that are listening to go online, find that law, and get the information out on our social media sites and on our webpage. So if somebody feels like they're sick and have to stay home, they can utilize that, because I don't think it's fair of us to ask somebody to miss out on, several days of pay and then expect them to pay their bills.
Well, the flip side of that, if you're a business owner, I'm just gonna say this, if you're a business owner and that person comes to work with that runny nose and sore throat and then infects the rest of your staff or half of your staff, then that
Now
business
everybody's
owner is now
closed.
having to close their doors because they have nobody to work. So yes, it's impacting that one individual, but it's impacting a ton more people if people don't take personal responsibility.
I think that's
and
the
stay
entire
home.
message. That
Yeah.
business owner would talk to that employee. That's going to work out between themselves. I think for us as a Board of Health, it's a personal responsibility.
It is.
You have to take that responsibility within yourself to take care of yourself. And how do we get that message out? I mean, do we post it everywhere? Do we post it on our websites, our Facebook? I think that personal responsibility is the key to this entire thing. You guys have all stated it to us, and I agree with you.
It really is, and it's personal responsibility, but part of that is caring about the other people too.
Well-
Because if you care about yourself, then you can care about others, right? And this has an effect on others. It has an effect on all your coworkers. If you come to work and spread all this, you're gonna put all these people out of work.
So I agree, we push the personal responsibility message, but we also push it along with the information of,
Sure.
by the way, here's how you can still pay your bills.
Absolutely. And I think that's a good message. I think that, I mean, all of this other stuff that's being forced upon us from the state because they're dealing with all of these dots on the map right in the front range of the I-25 corridor. It's not exactly the same as what we're dealing with here, but I think it's a good message. We all need to be responsible. And, I've said this 100 times, and I think a lot of us have lost this. I haven't, is that I have my faith. And I believe in one God, the Father, the Almighty, the maker of heaven and earth, of all things visible and invisible. And this is what we're fighting, is something that's invisible. So don't lose your faith. Be responsible. And that's where we have to be.
Okay.
Unless you move to Portland, Oregon, where they just legalized cocaine and heroin and methamphetamines. So tell me how personally responsible we are in this country, man. Tell me how we are. We're nuts.
Smaller amounts, so they're not criminalizing you if you have personal use amount, but if you have a certain amount, yes, you will still be criminalized.
Oh, yeah, beautiful, ain't it? Beautiful,
So
man.
let's, are we,
Okay.
are we done with the briefings? or-
No, I think so. I mean, I just had a little bit of vaccine talk, but we don't have to even talk about that. I think we covered a lot today, and I think the takeaway message is, you know, I mean, I think it's a great message, and I would love if we could not just push it out, but get people to really buy into it and help us, help the community, you know, by taking care of yourself. So.
I see we have, the next board meeting is January 5th, which
Is
actually.
that the right date, Shaq? Is that
That's
what
the
it is?
first meeting in January,
So
that's
that is
correct.
actually, we could do this 2 ways. That's actually our last meeting. So we can have the other 2 commissioners here as well. We can have one big health meeting.
Actually, we'll have more than that because we have meetings up until inauguration, which is the 20th.
20th, yeah. I
So
think
we'll probably have one on the 5th, and we'll have one on the 12th, and possibly one on the 19th.
When did new commissioners
Are you
get
sure about
put in?
They
I don't-
take over after the
I
inauguration of
think
the
it's like
president,
the,
Oh, I see.
20th of January.
I see.
Because, did you,
I thought it was.
I thought it was earlier.
no, I think it's the second week, right? Sometime in there?
Sometimes, well, I think it's the 20th.
Or maybe it's the
Jeff.
third week.
It's the 20th.
20th.
It's the 20th.
So I
The
could-
president's on
the
the 20th, I heard. The
Well,
president's on the 20th.
I think the state does that as well. I mean, I'll double check, but I think they get sworn in the 20th.
I believe so.
Okay,
too.
well, regardless, I think it would be helpful if they were here.
Sure,
I mean, there's
absolutely.
the-
I think they ought to be, absolutely. I think they
So-
should be attending today. And one of them was for a while, but I think they should be attending as many meetings they can before they jump in here. They ought to be here.
No, they're public. We can invite them, let them know.
Sure, yep.
So is January 5th good for our Board of Health meeting, or do we want to change it?
I'm good with
It's
it.
good.
I'm good with
Okay.
it, yeah.
Okay.
I would like a list of what you feel that the health department, all aspects of health, that the health department, what's the word I'm trying to use here? Provides, yeah.
A list of every program we do? Is that what you mean?
I don't know if it's programs, if it's mental health, physical health.
Dental health.
Dental,
Yeah, I mean, you guys are doing all of that.
Well, we have lots of programs. We have what's called core functions, which are things that in statute we are obligated to provide.
From the
There's
state.
8 core functions, which all our services, some of them fall under that, some of them don't. Dental is not a public health function.
Right.
It is something we do for our community. That's it.
So the
That's-
sanitarian is one of the core
That
functions?
is a core function.
Because it's public health.
Environmental health is definitely a core function, yes. So is emergency preparedness and response.
Mm-hmm.
Immunizations. You know, those are all part of the core functions of things that we have to provide. Nurse-family partnership is not, but that is a program we believe in. We've brought it to our community. It's been here since 2000. You know, it helps first-time families, you know.
I
mean,
think that would be good for the new commissioners. I agree with you because they may not know what those 8 core
Correct.
functions are.
Yeah.
And then
We can do a review
underneath
of the
that,
core and in all the programs, an overview of all the things we do, what falls under core, what doesn't fall under core, that kind of thing.
Yeah, that'd be
Sure.
great. And we're 100% behind the nurse practitioner partnership.
The
family.
NFP program, yeah, nurse family partnership,
Yeah.
yeah.
And we want this on the January 5th,
January.
correct?
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think so because if we invite these 2 new guys might be swimming. I know, I think I'm still swimming and I've been swimming for a while. So, you know, anything that we can do to help kind of maybe
Sure.
elevate them and get them up to speed a little bit
Mhm.
quicker would be helpful.
Sounds good.
Anything else? Do you have any suggestions?
No, I think
You guys?
maybe
Yeah,
we'll
I'm
do.
going to try to have
maybe
Matt
have
come back
Matt,
and give an update if things have calmed down a little bit.
Yeah,
We'll come up with the agenda a week or so before,
Yeah.
but probably try to have him back here then, so.
And
again-
I just want to thank you guys for your quick responses to me, because a lot of times when I'm emailing you, I'm on a meeting, and I'm asking questions
right,
because
right.
so I do appreciate that. I know that some of those times are a little bit early and a little bit late, but,
No, I
Thank
think
you.
it's, you know, I like the communication, so I think it's great. So, yep.
Any questions? You just, let's Guess
Okay,
we'll adjourn
great.
that.
Thank
That's
you.
okay, we'll
Thank you all.
adjourn the Board of
Appreciate
Health
it.
meeting.
All right.
Okay.
Adjourn.
Yeah.
Thank you,
And
guys.
then
I want to give you this.
Regular meeting of the commissioners.
This, you might want to give this to Alan.
Any other business for our BOCC?
Nope, I have none.
Attorney Baxter? I won't ask Shaq.
Don't ask that.
So are you moving that we?
I move we adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second to adjourn. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Does this go back to you or to Lynn?